of healthcare coverage lower. Preventative medicine as opposed to constantly solving problems as they're happening. Understanding the value of data-driven policy, and how all these come together to create a system that works and that people can thrive in. Understanding the value of people paying taxes, right? And the services they get in return of those taxes. I think these are some of the things that I got from my exposure schooling abroad. And then when I moved back to Nigeria, I did my NYC, and then I started working. I worked in some architecture firms while also running mine and getting some projects, and then went into business. And then when I wanted to go into politics, after leading a GMO campaign alongside other notable patriotic Nigerians, I decided that, experiencing leading a 2,000-man march on the Senate and understanding how they responded to us, which in my opinion did not show people that actually prioritize the well-being of their people, I felt that it's important to go into politics. Okay, so I ran for student council president in high school and won. So politics that way, yeah. You can say since I was 19, having an idea, having the manifesto and selling that idea, understanding problems and proffering solutions and implementation strategies. Yeah, so I can say 18, 19. When I came back and after the GMO, for those that don't know, genetic modified foods, we led a 2-year campaign against the Ministry of Agriculture that was chaired at the time by Akinwumi Adesina to prevent the adoption of genetic modified foods in Nigeria. And that process, engaging with politicians and our representatives, I felt that Nigerians deserve better. And I'm not one to just complain and point fingers or tweet on social media. I believe if you engage in something, you need to see it all the way. So I ran for local government chairman. But before that, I actually went to Unilag and got a master's in research and public policy. Now, I had some very brilliant professors, without a doubt, some very, very brilliant professors. People like Professor Jikutu, people like Professor Logbenla, Onoha, a number of very brilliant people. But at the same time, in relation to the level of organization, there's still a way to go, and I think this also comes down to funding our universities properly, ensuring that our professors are well paid, ensuring that we have enough professors, because a lot of our professors, they are taking so many classes with so many students and they have to bring in their A game to all of these things. We need to prioritize education a lot more in this country, Nigerians are some of the most brilliant human beings in this world. Brilliant, and I'm talking, I just named 3 different countries that have operated in terms of education. And then there are some other 4 countries that have done work in and I currently have interest in. And Nigerians are there and they are doing wonderful things, right? So we're an intelligent group of people. What we need are the structures and organization that create an enabling environment for us to thrive. I mean, think about what it takes to be successful in this country today. Think about what it takes to be successful in Lagos. Now, imagine a government that puts everything in place and is more like a partner than, this person that's just trying to take from me, right? You would experience an exponential increase in wealth. I think that a person that values education must have had a very good education. If you don't value education, it's a reflection of your own education. I can't think of somebody that's experienced good education that will not prioritize education, because you will know the power of education. And this goes to show when we talk about how it's okay for someone with a NEPA certificate to be our president, and we see the ruin that it brought Nigeria to, or a person that's using lawyers to hide the certificates, right? It will reflect in the quality of your education. So I feel that We need to start demanding more from people that aspire to lead us. Go and look at the quality of education that the leaders of America got. They either went to Yale or Harvard or recently Princeton, Ivy League schools. The top of us have to lead. This idea that you can just pick anybody to lead you to where? This person is like this with you. Where is he leading you to? What vision is this person bringing that is outstanding? Your leader should be outstanding. He cannot be, or she cannot be part of the flock. You understand? They must be outstanding, either in their strength of character. So you look at America when they want to select their president, George Washington. Why? Because when there was war, the man stood in front. He was a leader. Intelligence, he was a leader. These were people that were inventors. Benjamin Franklin. These were people that were inventing things. They were not just thought leaders. They were on ground. They were policy leaders. They were kings in their own right. It was not a commoner. And I don't mean commoner in the sense of money. You see, people think it's just about money. No, it's about what are your values? What are you willing to stand for? What do you stand for? Right? If the wind blows, you just move to the place that favors your pocket. You clearly don't have a backbone. So how can you lead? And people will say, okay, they just want somebody that they can associate with. Yes, but associate with in what way? In poverty and failure and mediocrity, or in success and a vision that benefits you, your family, and your children, and the greater society, right? Because if you think about it, I say this thing in most interviews I do. My father tells me that his father told him that Nigeria was better in his day. My father told me Nigeria was better in his day. My father graduated, there were jobs, you could get car. Like, only the man had to work, the wife could be a housewife, and they were comfortable. They did not need to steal, to travel, to go on holiday. Right? He came into that. Quality education. There was public education. Right? His father was a judge. His father's driver could send his child to the same school as his boss's son. And they got quality education. Now, I can tell my children that I remember a time when Nigeria was better. When I would change 1 million naira and get 4,000 pounds. I can barely get 1 million naira now with 500 pounds. Do you understand? So it's perpetually in a nosedive. And why is that? Lack of continuity in quality leadership and visionary leadership, right? No leader that is truly focused on creating a Nigerian identity that celebrates our uniqueness and our differences and sees that as a resource as opposed to something that divides us, right? People that are traveling to the UAE, they are going there to enjoy the culture. And this culture is old, it's ancient, but they've repackaged it. That makes people want to come and visit, want to come and spend their hard-earned money there, right? And this is the visionary type of ideas I'm talking about that will create jobs, right? Well, you know, it's a very interesting one. I grew up in a Nigeria where I went to ISL, and speaking traditional languages was called, there's a word for it, starts with C, not vernacular, there was something else. There's another word, it starts with a C. You could not do that. It was against the school rules, right? And you get punished for that. And then even at the time, there was this whole idea of this person, this is local. Like young people, I remember young people saying that is local. The people were not interested with identifying with Nigerian music. Then it was hip hop, it was about Biggie, Puff Daddy, you know, international music. I'm sure I'm betraying my age now. Well, my age is not hidden, I'm 42. But I'm talking about the time where nobody was wearing trad. We grew up seeing our parents wearing suits, trousers and shirts, you know. And like I said, I don't feel that the education that we got in Nigeria really laid any foundation for you to look deeper into our history, into our culture. And I know this now because I've experienced education elsewhere. And I know how the British lay emphasis on their history. So that even if you're an art student or a science student, you had an in-depth knowledge of the history of your people. And this history is not just a linear one. It's one that is connecting different events and moments and always trying to show your people to be great, right? So you see the British will hide the idea of the part they played in slavery and enslavement. It will not be prominent in the history, but where they conquered or where they uprooted slavery from the African continent, the role they played in doing that will be highlighted, right? That is curated. Now you might say that's not right, it's not fair, but they're programming their citizenry. And that is what a thinking government will prioritize. Same thing with America, right? So I don't really feel we had that in our education system. But then there was an Afrocentric awakening that happened later on. And this had also happened earlier. The kind of thinking that informed people like Nnamdi Azikiwe when he traveled to America, the kind of thinking that informed Fela Anikulapo Kuti when he traveled to America, or even to England, where he met Afro-British people that knew the histories of Africa, that awoken that idea in him, in Fela, in Nnamdi Azikiwe, in a number of Africans, in Kwame Nkrumah, right? They didn't get it at home, they got it elsewhere, and they came and they brought that, we are African, we are great, black is beautiful, you know? And when you open that doorway, it then starts to lead you into understanding your culture more, understanding the depth of it, you see? And it's not our fault, right? We're conquered, our kings were removed. At least the kings that had the courage to fight, they were removed, they were exiled, some were killed, people were kidnapped. With the collaboration of some Africans, who were kidnapped and sold. Some of the strongest men were kidnapped and sold. So you have diaspora cousins and everybody outside of the country, the few that were saved, you know, were brought back. But you now had a situation of religion. And unfortunately, the religion that came through in partnership with colonization pretty much said to us that everything that we were before them was bad, was evil, was demonic. So you have a people that claim that they are from a certain tribe, speak the language, but the depth of the thinking they associate with being evil. So there's still a significant level of identity crisis that we struggle with. And you don't really see that with Indians who were colonized by the British. You don't really see it with the Chinese who also dealt with their own level of colonization, nor the Japanese, right? And you see, understanding your identity or crafting your identity as a people, because China, as we're seeing it today, was not just monolithic. It was not just one group of people. There are huge, different groups of people all over China, different tribes, but they were united by a visionary king. Similar thing happened in Japan, right? Similar thing happened in England, right? In England, you had part in what you call England, or what was Great Britain or England at a point. You had the Welsh, you had the Scottish, you had the Irish, right? You know, and they were united at a point by a conqueror, right? So sometimes you also craft identity. Sometimes identity is created by facing a threat that is bigger than all of you independently. So you have to come together to face that. And sometimes it's just visionary leadership, right? You see visionary leadership in Singapore with Lee Kuan Yew. We saw that creates an identity that you can be proud of. Like there is no China man now, or even if there will be very few that will not be proud of China and not want to be associated with the bigger identity of China as opposed to their identity as a tribe, because China is so great and it pays you to be associated with it. It is when there's a failure in that bigger identity that people recoil back to their smaller identity, right? And that's what you find going on in a lot of places. But all in all, yeah. I think the government, you see, what has happened is because we've had governments or politicians that don't really have a vision to sell, they rely on selling division, because the classic divide and rule strategy. If you have a vision, you want to sell a vision and unite people. Visions unite people, right? So you sell a vision, so people unite behind the vision. When you don't have a vision, so you sell the vision so that people can be separated. When you separate people, it's easier to rule over them. And you see that has happened significantly from the last election, right? And you then see in how the government has ruled this country. Significant nepotism, significant levels of corruption, significant levels of lack of transparency or accountability. You see that the government is very extractive without really paying any attention to being accountable to the people they want to extract from. You see that they talk about stopping subsidy payments. And there was a hope that those monies that would have otherwise been used for subsidies would have been put to make life easier for the Nigerian. Life is not easier for the Nigerian. Inflation rates are at an all-time high, right? Insecurity is at an all-time high. For the first time in decades, we're having a foreign country bombing our land, our territory, which is an indictment on the failure of our security system. And you think about how much money is spent on these things, on our army, on our military, that goes unaccounted for. And you see how corruption is rewarded by ambassadorial appointments. You know, so there's a lot of politicking as opposed to governance. And it is in quality governance, creating excellence in governance, where you are moving away from personalities to institutions, and people are now normalizing an excellent standard of service, right? So it's no more about the personalities, it's about the quality of governance. Once that starts to be ticked, right, people will start to embrace the idea of Nigeria. When Nigeria is playing football, nobody is saying that man is from this tribe, this person is from this tribe, especially if we are doing well. Everybody wants to be associated with that greatness that is Nigeria. When I finished school, I'm telling you, I went to school where you did not have to leave.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from Rivers State, from Opobo in Rivers State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university. And we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, nope. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but we kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pick, and they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hands, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all. I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they taught them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them, for us. Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstances. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors. But when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I was going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. My parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all in the Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we're hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy, whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family. And I decided to go back, and I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation, so I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the normal encouragement. You make more money, do your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gift. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like Ashok and Adira. I can do jute bags, It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So even in Abuja, when they were going to have, I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year, so that's it. But after those periods, you have periods of lull, that you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah. This is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching will do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked around like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will back me the top fashion designers that would, when the Alfadi does this thing once every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and SOUQ, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? There are those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is. Wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well. They love you. They want to take care of you. But nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I would advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can, financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy, it makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something to do. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the number one killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving, you have to be forgiving, you understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious, when you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest, and the chest will be expanding, and they won't sleep well, and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes, and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately, or because I will tell you the truth, no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house, so maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of. I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. Some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. They were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come in. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. They understand. I try to pay school fees, help people. I believe in education and that. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them, I train from a distance, and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have A-levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love and out of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
SOUQ Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadi were used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The SOUQ Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters quarters to the 10 square kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eko City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkaland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eko Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far. Interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello, good morning and welcome to SBL. This is your breakfast show and this is where you're meant to be this beautiful morning. It's been a beautiful rainy day in Lagos, and for those that are wondering, are we in rainy season? Lagos have you for sure. We want to say thank you very much for being there, and here we go. On SBL today, we'll be looking at what is causing the Naira to gain gain and keep gaining. People are saying it's the dollar that is going down, but hey, what about against the pound? Against the Chinese yen also, Naira is gaining. What exactly are the indices and who's driving it? We also talk about the stock exchange. NGX has been gaining, started February on a very strong note. We'll talk about that. And also for those good content producers, content providers that have formed the habit of having minors in their content, Lagos State is coming and saying, hey, let's regulate this. We're going to talk about a lot of this on SBL today and stories that also concerns EFCC. Yes, EFCC is standing up and saying, guys that try to defraud people with unknown seaports. Yes, you heard that. We will get to talk. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ, and on the table today I have a beautiful one and the knight himself. We are all gathered here and we will make your morning beautiful. Swift, good morning.
Good morning, SOUQ. Good morning, Olumide. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, world. They tell you that don't just, talk the talk, walk the walk. And on SBL today, we are going to teach you how to walk the walk by putting every topic that concerns you economically, financially in play and analyzing it. So be part of it. My name is Swift Aderinto.
You're welcome. Olumide.
Good morning, SOUQ. Good morning, Swift. So glad to be here. Please drop your comments and let's get talking.
Yes, now let's get straight to it. Now, FARC is at it again. It's always a monthly share. Now, 1.96 trillion coming from FARC, that's the December revenue, and has gone to states, local government, and the federal government. The Federal Allocation Committee has distributed a total of 1.969 trillion as a federal account revenue for December 2025 to the federal government, the state government, and the local government councils. The allocation was announced in a communique issued after the January FARC meeting. Now, according to the statement made available by the Director of Press and Public Relations at the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, Mr. Bawa Mokwa, the funds were drawn from statutory revenue, value-added tax, yes, and electronic money transfer levies, all our contribution. The mix reflects shifts in revenue performance recorded during the month under review. Now, analysts are saying that the size and composition of the allocation underline the continued importance of non-oil revenue sources, which has grown for a while, particularly VAT and electronic transaction levies, and is supporting government financing. They also added that sustained growth in this revenue stream remains critical for fiscal stability at the federal and subnational levels amid ongoing economic pressures. That is for me, you, for the normal everyday person. But now let's get to ask this direct questions for those that are receiving these FARC allocations. What do they have to show for it? Subnationals, local governments, what do they have to show for it?
Well, besides Lagos, I think some other states are doing well.
Okay.
You can see what's happening in Lagos. For the local government, we're yet to see that full autonomy. And we hope this year we would get that full autonomy, that local governments would actually get that money sent directly to them.
Okay.
And they would, in turn, start to look into their LCDAs, councils, and all that, and start to not just wait for the... Now, the thing is not just to wait for the federal allocation. Look for ways to generate revenue from the local government. The states have their own way of generating revenues and all that. They get their own state taxes and all that from the tax force and all that. So the local governments too should also try as much as possible to not to just wait and collect. I mean, look at it. We have about, local governments are getting 513 billion. That's quite huge. Still not that huge. But then again.
That's huge.
It's huge.
Very huge.
It's very huge. Apart from Lagos, maybe some other states. And some states are getting 13% derivation fund. All producing states, which means some states will even get more. So we need to, I think it's now for the people to start calling on local government and state government. What are you doing? I know for Lagos, there's some certain services you enjoy as a result of paying tax. Some free medical services, you enjoy that. Enjoy some other things. Sometimes, the governor will come out and say a free BRT ticket or bus rides for a certain month and all that. And certain other, freebies come out like that. But I think it's just for the people. Are the people actually aware of these and it's a good thing that we are telling people now that, look, this is what states are getting, this is what local governments are getting, so that the people are informed. They know who to hold responsible. When your street light, when this is not working, when your gutter or your drainage system or something is not working around your area, or when you need money to do certain things and you go knocking door to door, and I always tell them, you have a local government chairman, you have an LCDA chairman. Why are you knocking door to door? Well, you can table this, and if, okay, fine, they say, okay, this is what we have, then you can now come back and say, okay, this is what we got, and let's find a way to, shore up the remaining. So, apart from Lagos, some other states are also doing well. Let's not lie. Some states are doing, FCT is doing well.
FCT is the seat of power.
Yeah,
so
of course.
most times they will bring up this.
The sheriff has to be on
analogy. Let's leave FCT out of it.
I think Oyo State is also doing well.
Oyo State?
Yes.
Makinde?
Yes. He's doing well. Arguably, he's doing well. Arguably, he's doing well. I was there a couple of weeks ago, and I mean, he's doing well. Ogun State, well, it's a controversy there.
Neither here or there.
It's neither here or there. But I believe that with the new investment going into Ogun State in terms of the oil drilling and all that, maybe we would see some changes.
Edo State?
Edo State is doing well, arguably. It's arguably, because while you would say while some would say they are not doing, the government is not doing well, some would say, oh, the government is doing well. I think
so
it's
what indices are we using right now to measure?
Okay, now for us to look at that, we need to look at healthcare, we need to look at education, we need to look at transportation.
We also need to look at hospitality.
Security.
As of last year, after Lagos, Edo State came in second when it came to monies that were generated from 30 December, and that happened also. So it means that there's a lot of inflow. There's a lot of development in the state. Yes.
When you say development,
when you say
hospitality, that means people come into your state. There's security. People feel that they can travel in and stay and spend their monies. When they have the Igwe festival, a lot of people come from overseas, Italy, white people.
These are money generated.
I'm just telling you, they come. Now, in Edo State alone, they have a lot of factories. There's free healthcare in the states. I have friends who leave Lagos when they are pregnant to go to Edo and Delta to give birth because
delivery.
Yes, because delivery there is under 50,000 naira, and you can have a CS without 1 naira. The government allows you to pay later, which doesn't happen in Lagos. Delivery, even in the general hospital.
When you say pay later,
I'm just telling you, delivery in Lagos is between 300 plus. In Delta, you pay under 500,000.
Private or
hold on.
We are talking of
Lagos.
Yes.
You can get into the CS for less than 150,000.
Yes, but by the time you calculate hospital bills, everything is hitting 200, 300,000.
You don't pay hospital bills in Lagos hospitals?
Yes. Drugs, medication, CS, what do you call it?
Drugs in Lagos hospitals are also free.
On admission for women who are on admission after delivery, pay for the ward. They pay for feeding.
Hold on now.
I checked out somebody last week. You pay for the ward, you pay for feeding.
It's not like what you get to see in the private
No,
hospitals.
of course, no. Look, in private hospitals, let's say 50,000 per day. Lagos hospitals, 10,
5,000.
10,
5,000.
Good.
No, they badger well.
Yes, it depends. When if you are in the private ward too, in Lagos hospitals, you pay more.
Okay. Now let's leave Lagos and.
No, we are not. We are just saying what other states are doing.
Let's take it to
you said Edo State. Apart from Edo State.
Delta, those states they are doing well. Cross River, Akwa Ibom, they are doing very, very well. There are people are saying, oh, fantastic road networks.
Okay.
A lot of things are being education. Most of Delta there's free education. Edo at least there's free education to secondary level to a large extent. Okay. So these states are doing fantastically well too. They say if you don't leave your father's compound, you don't think that another person's father's farm is bigger than yours. So I think let's leave minus the fact that Lagos is the city of excellence. A lot of states are doing fantastically well. People are talking about Abia, talking about Anambra, what they are doing.
Okay.
Road networks, education. These people have always taken education very, very seriously. We know that, I don't know if it's Anambra or Abia, they keep getting most of the highest JAM scores, at least top 2 people come for them. SSC results very good. So it means education in the states is good, and they are coming from public secondary schools, which is not happening in Lagos many times. It is the private secondary schools that are topping. So it means the government is doing something well there. And when it comes to allocation, it means that these funds are being used. Yes, we know that our politicians, we don't trust them 100%, unfortunately, but it just shows that the funds are being used positively in a lot of other states. Now, this particular allocation came with, you know, we saw last week, or yes, last week and upper week, we saw people go on strike because the allocations were not given on time, and there was an issue between the federal allocation bodies and the states. They were saying what you are giving is too small. Some of the state parastatals, which a friend of mine in the medical sector explained to me that, look, what they make, they have to send straight to the federal government. So drugs, you know, people that are on the ward, and they were realizing that what the federal government is sending to them is less than a 50%. And they're like, look, we need to pay salaries. We also need to repair certain things, equipment in the hospital. So I'm talking of the medical center. So this were why the federal parastatals and the FAAC were having some issues. They were like, look, we can't be giving you so much, and you are giving us so little in return. And this caused some delays in salary. Now, thank God that has been sorted. And so salaries, these monies have been allocated. The monies are much, like he was saying, and you were saying. Local government, it's a lot of money. We're expecting grassroots, since there's now, in quotes, local government autonomy. So we're expecting that more things are going to be done from the local government. And once the local government starts to do things directly, and then we'll see more changes in Nigeria. So it won't just be only Lagos. We'll see Ibadan, we'll see Enugu, we'll see Kano, we'll see Kaduna, we'll see even Benue doing very well, hopefully.
All right. Now, are you looking at are you painting a picture of what should be, or you're painting a picture of what
painting
is?
A picture of what would start to happen, because as of December last year, we saw a lot of local government projects. Lagos, Ibadan. In fact, we saw more local government projects coming from Edo. We saw the whole agricultural product coming from Edo, and there was information that chicken and some livestock were slightly cheaper in some of those states. So it means that the local government, in conjunction with the state governments, they are working. And so we are saying with the autonomy now, we are seeing a lot of local governments, because it's now mandatory. We saw the local government chairman in the north, I can't remember the state, I think Nasarawa or so, that was jailed because they said the funds allocated to him, he squandered them, him and his vice. So we are seeing local government chairmen, you know, sitting up, at least doing way more than before, where the local government just seemed like a place you go to, you sit, and at the end of the month, you just get your salary and you walk away. So now they are on the edge. With this, January 2026, we are hoping that by February, we'll see better results, and Nigerians
All right, so when you talk about
yes.
healthcare, it's not for us to just say there's free medical services.
Yes.
What about the work first, the personnel? Now they're threatening to go on strike.
Basically.
I think the industrial court has told them to halt, and they are saying they're giving federal government 4 days. So that's a sector we need to take care, because if resident doctors should go on strike,
again,
it's not what we want. There's shortage, there's brain drain. So for them to go on strike, and what are they calling for? Proper pay. Certain things that were promised, the government has not met or fulfilled that. So how are we taking that into account? How are state governments taking that into account? How is federal government taking that into account? Because that's one of the things that's the only way we can actually benefit from healthcare. Because if you go to the hospital and there's no doctor to consult,
that's a challenge.
Then there's an issue. Now, for this particular allocation that are coming out, Olumide mentioned education, he mentioned healthcare. We have a kind of lopsided budgeting and financing for our healthcare facility. We get to see more money go into the tertiary and the secondary healthcare as against the primary, which accommodate and cater for more people than this other two. I think that needs to change. The local government, I hope you get your monies directly, even if not directly, but at least you get more than 50, 60, 70, 80% of it. We want to see actions just like SWIFT is talking about. Then most importantly, me, you, and everyone out there, is our responsibility not to keep quiet. Ask questions, make demands, let people know that they've been elected to work, and let them do the work. Now let's get straight to the stock market. Nigerian stocks opened February higher as benchmark inched up. That was a good one for the market. Now it opened February 2026 On a very positive note, extending recent momentum despite mixed investor sentiment. The Nigerian Exchange Limited all-share index edged up 14.24 basis points. That is 0.01%. To close at 165,384.64 points. Market capitalization also increased by 9 billion, settling at 106.162 trillion by the end of the season. The modest gain reflected selective buying in large cap counters, while overall activity remained cautious as investors positioned ahead of macroeconomic data and the corporate earning updates. Now, analysts are also saying that the flat to positive start suggests consolidation after January's rally, with bargain hunting supporting prices, but profit-taking limited it a bit. Turnover was subdued, pointing to restrained risk appetite at the opening of the month. Now, market watchers, I expect a very direct to be shaped by interest rate signals, liquidity conditions, and earnings guidance in the coming seasons as participants balance near-term valuation against broader economic reforms. Volatility remains positive and possible as SOUQ's interest with domestic policy shift. We have not seen the sharp contracts we see in foreign markets, in our market. Yeah, market has been a bit stable. Taking an example of the crypto markets, people woke up over the weekend and Bitcoin went as low as 20%, from 90 to 75. For some other major markets, more than 10% drag in market. And well, the Nigerian exchange has still been a bit very, very stable and positive.
Yes.
That also tells us that, hey, we need to put more Nigerian money in Nigerian market to avoid that issue of once there's a problem in Iran or Iraq, people outside will just pull their money and will now see some tumbling.
Yes.
How stable or how sure are you? Because I saw you doing some good deals yesterday.
Yes, I want to be positive, and I believe the all-share index this year would rise.
Definitely.
Because a whole lot of things are going on. There's a bit of financial literacy upgrade. More people are getting informed. It's just about being informed. You know, people run away from what they don't know, and they resist what they are not sure of. They see it as, you know. So, but once people start to get educated and understand that this thing is something, I mean, for as low as 10,000 naira, in digital platforms, you can invest in the capital market. I did some yesterday, and I plan to be doing it every month. It's as easy as that. So now, you also have to, of course, you have to have a bit of knowledge about the capital market. You probably consult one or two people. It doesn't have to even be a stockbroker. You can ask some of your friends around that, you know, who are into this, and they will explain certain things to you, or you can ask a stockbroker. He would explain certain things to you. The more people, just like you said, that we have, and why it has been relatively stable, I mean, if you look at the country itself, it's stable. We are stable. There's nothing of, there's nobody coming to say, oh, subsidy has been removed, this and you know, the market goes down and all that. Tax is running smoothly. As long as every other thing goes smoothly, you know, we should have a very smooth sail from now to December. And just like I said, it's very easy. We have mobile platforms now that you can just buy as much as 5,000, 10,000, you know, whatever you can buy. You know, all you just have to do is just monitor. Just put your money there. I mean, money that you don't plan to use, not money that you're planning to use in the next 1 month, because, I mean, the essence of investing in the capital market is to leave it there for a long period of time. Not put it there this month and next month.
The individual might want to do some short-term trade, so you never know what he knows.
The capital market is long-term. If you really want to enjoy it, it's long-term. You look into insurance.
Guys, you're looking at holding it as an asset.
Yes.
Okay. Swift.
Yes, boss. So we are seeing the marginal uptrend in the stock market. It was expected. Like I said, a lot of people are looking at hiding funds. I will say that again. A lot of people, the monies they made from dirty December, they are looking at investing in something very solid. And that's why we are seeing people tilting towards certain stocks. There are certain stocks that people are going to keep putting money into that are sure stocks, like gold, certain manufacturing arms. People are going to keep putting money into that, because if I make a bit of money, I want to put money where I know that there's not going to be any up and stream. The bullish is up and is beautiful. So we are seeing that coming on the stock market. There's also more expectations that this will be steady, because the Naira has been steady for a bit, which is good, which is unlike the normal Naira in Nigeria. And in fact, even as of, I think last week, we had a bit of drop, but it's back. So the Naira is looking strong. So many people who invested in dollars are now even thinking about switching back to Naira and back to the stock market, which is stronger. And we are seeing some signs that is going to keep encouraging people to keep investing in the stock market. So I think the government is doing very well. The stocks are looking good. Insurance is looking good. Networking has picked up for a bit. These are stocks that are good for us. And of course, we know Dangote is still looking very strong, even though he's not my favorite person in the world right now, but I still love him. He's still, all those stocks, yes, I'll say it. All those stocks are looking very strong. So this is the time to put money in the stock market. And to tell you how important it is, I was on TikTok. I've noticed that for the past 1 week, TikTok has been making a conscious effort. Once you open social media now, they are training people, giving you tips on stockbroking, because stock market is the new money. And so it's not a bad idea. Like Olumide said, it's easy to do. You can do it on your own. You can get a stockbroker. You can go safely, mutual funds and all that. It is a good place to put in money this year.
Okay, now, please let this be out there. This is not financial advice, but we always want you to get a lot of knowledge and know that the stock market is there. So, hey, get all the whole financial knowledge and education you can, and do not sleep on it. Now, the foreign exchange is where we go to next. Naira strengthened 2.47% at the official market end of January trading. Naira ended January 2026 on a very stronger footing, recording notable gains against the US dollar in the official Nigerian foreign exchange market. Now, data from the CBN show the official Nigerian foreign exchange market rate appreciated from a weekly high of 1,422.07 per dollar on Friday 23rd to close at 1,386 Naira 55 kobo per USD. Now, that's on the final trading day of January. This represents a 2.47% appreciation within 1 week. The official rate is used for corporate international payments and eligible personal transactions, including medical expenses and school fees, making its movement closely watched by businesses and households. Analysts attribute the late month appreciation to improved dollar supply, tighter monetary conditions, and sustained intervention by the Apex Bank to stabilize the market. The development adds to cautious optimism that recent foreign exchange reforms and liquidity management measures are beginning to moderate volatility. Now, although pressure from import demand and external obligation remain a key risk to sustained currency stability, we keep looking at this. And some months back, after the removal of subsidy and the weeks that followed, dollar climbed as high as 1,009. A lot of businesses took the brunt. A lot of people lost money. School fees in abroad. Billions. Some parents that were sending their kids abroad, some children had to withdraw. It was that bad. Now, gradually, the reforms, gradually stability, now the Naira is gaining, and we want to see this continue. But of a truth, it doesn't matter what the federal government does. It doesn't matter what the macro economy indices are. It doesn't matter what policies that are there. If we don't follow this up with production, we are going to shoot ourselves in the foot. Now, this is where it concerns all of us, not just the presidency or those in government. We have to now get productive. We have to consume less of import. How can we start biting this cake that we are baking
how can we all now start biting it?
I was watching a video online, a particular person, I think in the House of Commons, she was talking about how they need to start deporting foreigners in the United Kingdom. Why? Because of remittances back home. That they are remitting so much money back home and it's hurting their economy. Which is a good thing for us Nigerians. I mean, if you have more Nigerians in the diaspora remitting back home, it's getting somewhere. So you talked about production. I think for us to get to that level, the federal government has to make a level playing ground for manufacturers and producers. How can we make things cheaper to produce than to import? That's one of the ways. That's one of the ways you can encourage people to go into manufacturing. I saw a video actually on TikTok, and I was talking about ways you can invest, how you could buy certain machines and go into pure water, block making, and so many things. And some of these equipments are quite cheap. And I did some analysis, and I found out that look, production is the way to go in Nigeria. It's the way to go. But when I now started calculating, tax here, what you have to pay, levy here, tax for this, it seems quite discouraging, but I said, no, you can still overcome this. So this is just my own little calculation. You can imagine the big dogs up there trying to invest a whole lot, and they are looking at certain bottlenecks to get approval, to get a license, to do this, to do that. This has a whole lot of to actually get a drug approved by NAFDAC. It's like a camel going through the eye of a needle. So these are some of the things that might scare away local producers. Now the people outside there, they have big money, they have corporations merging together, who want to invest in other countries, and they can afford certain things, and they might even get certain waivers. That's why some corporations too, they sponsor some of the legislators to make sure that lobbying, certain bills are approved and all that. So it's just about creating a level playing ground. Obasanjo just talked about how Dangote became one of the biggest manufacturers of cement because he wanted cement to be produced local. And he summoned him and he said, that was what Dangote said, that make it cheaper to produce it here. And he started doing 1 million per day. And that was how it is. So I think the government needs to start looking into that, in as much as we can also put tariffs on imported this, that. Nigerians have this insatiable appetite of consuming imported products. Now, when we talk about buy Nigeria, I don't want to break tables, but what cars are our government officials driving?
Okay.
So if you talk about buy Nigeria, it starts from leadership.
The person forming that policy.
Forming that policy, procurement, every other thing. That's the way it goes. A whole lot of things that were produced in Nigeria seems to have vanished. Biros, shoes. I mean, we had so many of these things produced locally, but what happened?
We have to go back to that.
So we have to go back. We really, really have to go back. I think the BOI, they are actually doing an amazing job. They're trying as much as possible. They need to also be out there so that people can actually approach them. People with good business ideas, good initiatives can actually approach them, because funding is another major thing. Loans, how accessible are loans? Interest rates, single-digit interest rate is what we want. So these are some of the things that would, make people or encourage people, because when you think about manufacturing, a lot of people think you must have billions, hundreds of millions. No, you can start with 100, you can start with 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, depending on the business or manufacturing you are going into. Pure water is there. So many things are there that we can do.
Okay.
It's just, the mindset.
Okay, and there are things that we should not import into this country. Dear Mr. President, why are we importing water into this country?
Sugar.
No, we don't have enough sugar. We don't produce enough sugar for both industry and local consumption. So we augment. But what about water? I've seen imported water.
Eggs.
Okay. There's
somebody who calls herself Sugar Mommy in the ILFM. What's she doing about sugar?
Okay. Let's look at Dangote some months back.
Yeah.
November to December precisely. Said if you have dollar, please try and sell, because the Naira is going to really appreciate.
Definitely.
Now, he said that knowing fully well what the oil industry is contributing, what his local refinery is going to contribute to reducing import of petroleum products. Yes. Now, we need more other sectors to be able to stand and match their ground. Olumide has given us many, many points on what the government can do. But now, we as a people, how can we start coming together and say, okay, good and fine. Let's take up aluminium. Let's take up glass. Let's take up this or let's take up that. Let's stop the high cost of medical tourism that we are exporting out of this country. How can the people now start playing their major parts?
Okay, so before we take up all that, we need to celebrate the country. We need to be excited that the reforms that the Tinubu administration has put in place has worked. We were looking at... Are working, and they have worked so far. We were looking at the fact that the country closed on 46 billion as our external reserves. We are looking at Euro bonds. We are looking at a lot of bonds. We saw the president go to Turkey now, and they have struck a deal that is looking beautiful. There's a manufacturing deal coming in from, I think, Japan, where they are going to start manufacturing electric cars in Nigeria. It's going to be the first one in Africa. And these deals are being struck. So when you are talking about building, I was telling a friend of mine, I was like, look, it's time to start pushing your children into technical schools, because we saw the federal government come out with a plan of technical schools. Now, most of those people that are going to be employed there are going to be from technical schools, because that's what the country needs. So we are going to be looking at electrical cars. We're going to be looking at solar panels. We're going to be looking at everything electrical in the country. And once we can get this up and running, it means that we will be a supplier for sub-Sahara. So that's a plus for the economy. We are looking at a good deal which has helped to strengthen our naira with the whole China thing. So that means a lot of people that were going to buy before in China, they don't have to source dollar anymore. And this is one of the reasons why the dollar is dropping drastically in Nigeria. Not drastically, but at least to a large extent. And so if we can have more deals with India, Russia, Indonesia that we shop from, even in the UK, if we can do dollar to pounds directly, instead of having this whole be naira to pounds directly, instead of having this whole dollar sitting in between, I think the Nigerian economy will kick off very well. As for individuals, what can we do? The government needs to encourage Nigerians to love Nigeria. So, for example, medical tourism is one thing that a lot of beautiful Nigerian girls go for. I was speaking to some doctors who are into plastic surgery and, a lot of reconstruction of body types. And they were telling me, one of them went for a training in China, and she was telling me that in a week, she had over, with the other Chinese doctors, over 200 Nigerian patients come in, females who want to do nose, touch on this and touch on that. And now there's this joke about a place that they call it the Kota Body Shop, and where girls go there. Now imagine if the federal government, because you know that this generation, a lot of people are into beauty enhancements. People want to see their nose smaller, lips smaller. Some people do have issues, like people that have had acid issues, facial deformations, their teeth are not proper. These people, when they make money, their job, their dream is how to reconstruct their face and look a certain way. We have men too who do not embrace the fact that their hairline is going backwards. And so they want to do a bit of hair reconstruction and regeneration so that they can have hair. People are traveling out of this country and they're spending millions on medical tourism. It's not just the people looking inwards. Federal government passing some laws. Why do you have to travel out when we can do it in this country? Except it's an emergency that we know we cannot do. And there also have to be strict laws with the hospitals. We see what happened in the Chiamanda issue. We had seen a lot of people as of last year, 2025, 2026, there was a lot of medical tourism coming in from the UK, especially into Nigeria. People would travel to Nigeria to see dentists, doctors, optometrists, because it's cheaper here. And they tell you that, look, when I'm coming here, I don't just see a GP. In the UK, I'll have to see a GP, wait for some months before I see a consultant. In Nigeria, I see a direct consultant who knows what he's doing. But all these cases are they were a little scary when somebody with such high profiles child is dying. So it comes down to the federal government. They need to pass some rules and regulations that, look, they need to start to monitor the medical sector, especially the private sector, who have had a way of, bringing in people. They also need to build up the public hospitals, because most of the people that you want to see in the private sectors, they are professors from the government hospital. So we need to build up our public hospital, put some confidence. So people that are coming in for medical insurance, because that's a lot of money. They are coming in with hard currency into this country to do surgeries, to do treatments, to have their children's teeth checked. That's a good one. As of encouraging, again, we come back start to the grassroots, which is the local government. There are a lot of people who have smaller farms and can do a lot for Nigeria. What is the local government doing? Loans, encouragements, and also, most importantly, this was missing in Nigeria, data. If we can start to keep good data, then we know what is selling, what people are making incomes from, and the government can now reinvest. So the local government, federal government, state government still have a lot to play in the development of Nigeria.
You know, I really want to quickly chip in something.
Yes,
you said there's a deal coming in from China to build EV cars, blah, blah, blah.
I think Japan. Yeah.
Okay, fine. China is the second largest holder of lithium. Lithium, the same lithium we have in Nigeria, we have it in Kaduna, Kogi, Oyo, Ekiti,
Nasarawa.
All over the place.
So instead of we have it here, we have aluminium, we have other things. Why can't we look into manufacturing solar and even EV? We have car manufacturing.
Innocent is making EV cars already.
Good.
The lag ride vehicles are also assembled here already.
Yes.
So Nord is also making EV cars here already. We are looking forward to, let's see how can we import less.
No, that's what's going to be happening. So they have a deal with Japan. So Japan they are going to bring in their specialists. We are now going to be bringing in cars.
They are still bringing in their specialists.
Because they need to teach you. They need to teach you.
Really teach
that's
us?
what we are saying. When America built, they had Russian, Germany specialist scientists come into America, mathematicians, for between a 10 to 20-year period. That's where Donald Trump's grandfathers... Exactly. So they built, they taught. Now, we need these people to come into Nigeria. That's where the technical schools and, federal universities
come in. They are bringing in their technicians.
They will bring in their technicians with the concept to train. Okay. So if you have 20 people working there, you are training 100. 100, it's fine. Those 100 Nigerians will build another 100. The other 100 will build another 100. We can't just bring two.
Why not make a policy and say, okay, your workforce outside is 30% or 40 at most.
Until this kicks off, you can't start making these policies.
Workforce, Nigerians.
You make policies before any agreement is signed, and you agree on those.
Some African countries are already doing that. You can't. I mean, Ghana. What happened in Ghana? At a point.
Let's take example. Arab countries, UAE, for example. You can't buy a property or get into a business without an involvement of a citizen.
Yes.
So same thing when it comes to most of the technical areas. No companies. You are the CEO, but a citizen has to also be in management. And we have this particular policy that we're trying to grow homegrown expatriate, homegrown knowledge when it came to the oil industry. For a very long time, we did not really monitor and follow up with implementation when it came to local content in all those particular sectors. I think this generation, we should know better and we should think and apply better. For every single project the Chinese is doing here, it's more of a build and transfer. So at the end of building and transfer, who is going to manage if we have not gotten the capacity to really get these things going? These are places where we think not just the federal, but state and local government should also come in and encourage their people to go and get this knowledge.
Fund schools, fund institutions.
Get this knowledge. Definitely.
Because during my father's time, they will ask you if you had 6 sons. They will come and say, which one is studying engineering, which one is studying law, which one is going to... It was mandatory. All your children couldn't go to certain places. You shared. Even the university system, there was a quota system. My father went to ABU Zaria and they asked from Lagos, they said, who is going from this family? It was almost mandatory. They will encourage you to go to other states so that you could pick up, the tradition and the trajectory. That's why there was a kind of a bond between them. And so it becomes something that, like I said, it comes down to policy. Federal policy must be very intentional. Not every child should go. By the time you find out in primary school which children are tilting towards electrical, they don't go to the regular secondary school. It becomes mandatory that you send them to technical schools.
Okay, we are looking forward to a better tomorrow, and that we will have to plan and be part of it. We're going on a very short break, and when we return, we'll tell you what FG is doing with the state as it concerns power subsidy. Don't go anywhere. SBL will be right back.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your code. This go swipe, alarms no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
They use fake alert, the warriors.
Okay, so Mona, listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that bar road where they warrior for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development where they work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudiescenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back. This is SBL. Put a hashtag in front of it and you have SOUQ business landscape. Remember, join us on all social media platforms. All. Just look for SOUQ News Television and follow, like, and most importantly, share. Don't ever stop sharing. Now let's talk energy. Now the federal government is proposing and saying that in 2026 they are going to share the cost of subsidy for energy across all levels of government. The federal government has announced plans to end the practice of bearing the electricity subsidy costs alone. Now you heard it from us. Now they unveiled a new framework that will distribute the burden across the federal, state, and local government from 2026, this 2026. This disclosure was made by the Director General of the Budget Office of the Federation, Tenimu Yakubu, on Monday in Abuja. Now, he spoke during the training and sensitization workshop for ministries, departments, and agencies on the 2026 post-budget preparation process using the Government Integrated Financial Management Information System Budget Preparation subsystem. Now, Yakubu said the new approach is aimed at improving physical sustainability and transparency in subsidy management, as well as ensuring shared responsibility across all tiers of government. Analysts are saying that the move could ease pressure on federal finances, also encourage subnational governments to prioritize power sector efficiency and accelerate broader reforms in electricity pricing, cost recovery, and service delivery across the country. Now, FG, okay, as we call it, the federal government, is saying, okay, good and fine, this burden is no longer mine alone to bear. States, local governments, we all get money. We all will bear this burden. If you remember, sometime last year, this particular issue started when Enugu State said, no, our state will not pay this much for electricity. Then Lagos State. Then some other states started creating their own energy boards. Now the federal government is saying, thank you very much for starting that particular thing. Let's all bear it. Do you think we are heading to good news in 2026?
I see states winning themselves off the federal government. It's like when you clock 18 and your father tells you, you have to start paying some certain bills in my house. If you want to keep living in my house, you have to, certain bills. So I think this is good. I mean, state benefit from electricity for businesses and all that. So why not pay some things? If that would bring some form of responsibility, some form of alternative sourcing to electricity and all that, I see it as a good way to go. But then again, states that owe civil servants, states that owe pensions, how would they get around this? Because the energy sector, especially electricity, is that particular sector that revenue does not match cost. Discos barely, make up liquidity, and it's a whole lot. It's a whole lot. The federal government steps in to bail them out. And, they try to increase. A particular state, no, you can't increase this, and it becomes a whole lot. It becomes really messy. And in all of this, how is the average citizen going to benefit? The average citizen is still complaining. I mean, 2 days ago, I told my brother to help me get units, and he was asking me, are you running a bakery in your house? Because every 4 days to 5 days, you are reloading your unit. I'm like, this is band aid. This is what I have. For even in as much as I don't put on the freezer, the refrigerator every time. I have tried to, minimize it. So if you say states should start paying, it's a good one. Responsibility, maybe that will lead them to say, okay, we cannot pay for this amount. Let's look for other ways. I mean, just yesterday, we had the news of what happened in South Africa. I know that even though they've been reconnected, good and fine. There was a time also, SOUQ too was almost disconnected, and they had to pay. And we hear of the latest is that they are also going into renewable energy, solar power, to power SOUQ. So they are looking of how to, alternative sources and how to shed this responsibility, just like I said, like a father who has grown-ups, over 18s in his house, and he needs to shed some responsibilities to the son. So that's how I see the subnationals and local government. They are getting funds. Actually, you're getting allocations. So why not pay for your own cost? Why not pay for your own, whatever you're benefiting from? You are getting money. It's like a father giving you pocket money, and you're still coming to meet the dad. I need to do. What happens to the pocket money I gave you? What did you use it for? So it's a good one. I see positivity. I see a situation whereby state, local government can look into how they can manage electricity, how they can outsource it, how they can do so many other things, build state boards and all that. I mean, it's a good way to go.
Okay. For those that are still wondering, we have the Electricity Act. It's been passed a long time ago, and states and local governments are open to generate, mind you. And just a few states have really gotten into it. I think this is the right call. Let people, if you want to get industrialized, state, local government, come and be a player. Let's keep moving as fast as we can. Now, let's get to the industrial court. Now, they are buying unions and say, hey, you can't protest in Abuja. The National Industrial Court. I'm coming to you on this because you have to talk about the
because I wanted to talk about electricity.
No, yes. you talk about the court. They are very close to you. The National Industrial Court has barred the Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, and Trade Union Congress and their affiliate organizations from staging protests or demonstrations in Abuja over ongoing industrial actions. Now, the ruling delivered by Justice Emmanuel Subinin follows an application filed by the Federal Capital Territory Administration to prevent disruption of public service and ensure order in the capital. The court order temporarily restrains the union from mobilizing members for industrial actions in the city until further notice. The development comes days after widespread strikes of FCTA workers led to closure of government offices and public institutions in Abuja. Now, authorities are saying that the decision aims to balance workers' rights with the need to maintain essential services, while urging both parties to seek dialogue to resolve issues and disputes. But you have already gone ahead to say you can't even mobilize and you can't strike. Swift.
Yes. Okay. So first of all, I think it's a good call. In Nigeria, even all over the world, every time that there's a riot and people are coming out for a good cause.
Strike. You said riot.
I'm sorry, every time there's a strike, people are coming out for a good cause. Some beautiful, I would not call them unscrupulous elements, find a way to turn it into a riot. And we've seen that happen at every point in time. We saw it happen during the Black Lives Matter in America. If in America people were destroying, we saw it happen in India. We've seen it happen any country that's there's a bit of, somebody is saying, look, this should be this. It's very hard to maintain law and order. And we see it happen in Nigeria at full scale. One of our renowned journalists, Kemi Yilowo, she talked about the fact that she was sexually assaulted during the Ali Moscow strike as a child, that they were driving through the crowd and men pulled her out. And that was one of the reasons why she started having, some issues in life. And I have seen people who during, regular strikes, student strikes have always been assaulted. It is high time.
Strike is not demonstration. They might not go out to demonstration.
Strike, no. In Nigeria, 90% of the time, the way we work in Nigeria, when you want to demonstrate, 90%. You want to protest, 90% of the time. Okay, let's say
present government also went on strike during Occupy Nigeria. They did a demonstration.
You will defend your cause. Let me defend mine.
Okay, go ahead.
So 90% of the time, once people come out to say, this is not happening, people will join. I remember years ago when I was in University of Benin, and that literally cost me my admission. We came out to protest on Obera SOUQ strike. What was the problem? We wanted an SUG president. The Senate and the school authority felt that the boy was too strong because the boy had said the university bakeries must work. There was an independent person who was a wife of some professor who was now running the student bakery and selling bread to us. So he said, look, the bakeries are going to work. We have people who are studying food and nutrition, home economics. They will be there. They will be working. We can sell bread as cheap as 5 naira. He had good plans for school. And so the university just came out a week to the election and removed his name. We came out to riot.
Did you come out to demonstrate or you came out to
demonstrate, actually. We were in front of our gate demonstrating and shouting, obey, obey, obey. In Ring Road Market, which is like moving from here to Aja, people were burning on behalf of students. People were attacking people on behalf of students. So people that were part of that strike, they got rusticated. Some lost 2 years, some lost 4 years. What are we trying to say? In this country, you see people come out. That's why in the country right now, if you are having a peaceful strike, like the only people that do this effectively are medical doctors, because when they go on strike, they don't go to work, they don't carry placards, they don't do anything. And they even still run skeletal services. They are still available that in case their chiefs need them, and it's an emergency, their chiefs can get them to do 1 or 2 things. Those are the only people. Every other person that has done anything, we saw the last one in Abuja where workers were, upset, and people were throwing stones at the FCT minister. And it could have gone worse because they had to shoot in tear gas. People were injured. So it is very okay for the federal government to say, look, until we can get to a point where people can sit at home, or like in China, you are on strike, you are driving the buses. You don't collect fare, but you will drive the buses. You are doing an electricity thing. You don't cut people's lights. You will be giving lights free. It means that for that 1 week you are rioting, or the electricity people are on strike, you are going to give out. I mean, on that 1 week that you are demonstrating and you are going on a strike, automatically it means that people are going to get 1 week free electricity. That's what happens in countries like China. It doesn't happen in the US, because we have seen, the buzz that is even going there about the ISIS issue.
Okay.
So for me, I support the federal government, unfortunately.
Okay, the court.
The court, which is inspired by the government.
Let me come in. When people go on protest, they are not happy.
Good.
A hungry man is an angry man. These people are quote-unquote hungry. Why are they hungry? Because they have not been paid. They have not been paid. That is why they are coming out. Nobody wakes up in the morning, comes to work without being paid, and you expect that person to perform optimally. There are responsibilities they need to solve. And if that responsibilities are not met, pressure comes in. So these people are not just, they don't just wake up and say, I want to go and disrupt. I understand what the government, I understand the part of the government. Now, Abuja is the nerve center of the country. It's the seat of power. A lot of people come in to do business, both locally and outside. So it's sort of an embarrassment to have people on the street protesting that you have not paid. I mean, a business, an international investor coming into your country, coming to see the president or coming to see someone, and he's hearing that you are not paying the people who are going to even do the job. So I understand what they are saying. I understand that it might affect certain businesses, it might affect movement and all that. And yes, if you look at the trajectory of protest, it gets hijacked if it stays longer, or if it goes longer. The first day, second day, third day, fourth day, it's smooth. But when it gets to the 10th, 11th, yes, that is when unscrupulous elements start to look for ways, and all that. Even the one you talked about in the US, at a point, certain security agents said no, they will not obey Trump's order, because Trump said when the looting starts, the
shooting starts.
And we saw what happened. We saw how horrific aged people were being attacked by security agents. And at a point, certain security agents said, no, we will not do this. We will not do this. It is, do you understand? So that aside, the truth about it is that these people have a worthy cause. Most of the time, if you look at the trajectory of protests in this country, all the time, there's always a court injunction. Protest is your legal right. It is backed by the Constitution. In fact, when you want to protest, the police are supposed to provide protection, according to Femi Falana. He said this and he quoted this. They're supposed to provide
according to law.
According to law.
Not Femi Falana.
He quoted it from the Constitution.
The
yes, he quoted it from the Constitution. He came out to say it, and kudos to him. Protest is actually your fundamental right. There are so many ways you can protest. It's not just by going on the road. You can sit down at home. You can do so many things. In some countries, you shave your hair as a form of protest. I think I've forgotten, it was a particular company I worked for in Nigeria. Expatriates were not being paid, and they all came that day with their heads shaved. And that was how I even knew that that was their own way of protesting. So there are different ways of protesting. Resident doctors are still planning to go on strike. It's too much. What is the problem? Is it that we don't take account of paying salaries to workers when we cook up the budget, or when we, do the budget? Or is it that certain people are just sitting on this money and they are not releasing it? It's not fair. A minister will not function well as a minister if he's not paid. A government official will not function well if he's not well paid. Now, if, for instance, you really want to get to these people, you could say, okay, fine. The fact that you have not been paid, I also will not receive salary as a way of solidarity to you. That speaks to the mind of the people. Not by going to court, not by doing so many things. There are so many ways you could meet these people at the junction. You could say, okay, well, for the rest of the year, my salary for this month would be shared across as a token that I will see to it that your salaries are being paid. There are so many ways to do these things. It's just you having the mind. Because these people up there, they came from the people down there. Government officials are elected from the people. So it's just how we can sit down and do this thing. You don't do the stick method before the carrot method. You give them the carrot, then if the carrot doesn't work, then you bring in the stick, not the stick first. It's not good when the government is always resisting demands from the people who elected you in. So protest is not bad. It's just one of the ways that, and it has been overused.
Okay.
It has been overused. I won't lie about it, because any little thing now, people just want to go and protest. And
okay.
So
we've also seen issues where a lot of politicking and politicizing of issues that can easily be resolved has led to protests that we on this side also know that an agenda is being pushed.
Yes.
And we will not want to dabble into this. And also, court injunctions don't always mean right, because most times it's he that gets to the court first that gets an injunction.
Yes.
We've seen that in this. Hold on. So we want to appeal to you, dear leaders, elected or civil service. You are not a god of the people. Dear president, dear ministers, you are not a god of the people. We've been given a mandate to serve on behalf of the people. So the earlier you stop seeing yourself as a savior or lord of the people, the better for everybody. We can't have leaders who are well-fed and those that you're supposed to direct a course are not being paid. We don't have an excuse for that. And it's not something that we want for this economy that we want to grow into a $1 trillion economy. Everybody has to put their hands on deck. Everybody's hands has to get dirty, and everybody needs to work. Wasting man-hour is not going to help us. Go ahead.
Okay. So I wanted to say that, look, because we haven't sat down to analyze what is causing this protest. The federal minister, Wike, has come out to say, and other people have come out to confirm that, look, these people that are protesting have already been paid their general salaries. They are owing them 5 months. They have been paid 2 months in arrears. And the government is saying, we are sitting.
There's no justification.
Hold on, please. Can you hold on? Hold on, please. Can you hold on? Good. And they are saying, we are sitting on your 3 months to pay. Like you said, there's no justification why. But if you look at the trajectory of protest, when people come out to protest, which I'm going to say again, I went back and I was checking, $2 million was paid in insurance out to people in Black Lives Matters.
Can we talk about the Nigerian issue?
Let's talk about Nigeria.
Because that's because they have a system that works. In Nigeria, when there's a protest, what happens is when your company is destroyed, your goods are looted, you bear the brunt by yourself. I know people whose businesses closed during NSAS, and some of them have not been able to pick themselves up. A friend's wife's cream company, they went there, they didn't just steal, even the creams they didn't need, they were breaking it on the floor. That tells you that it's a mindset. And so anything protest, especially in the federal capital, the last time that something like that happened, we saw people looting chairs, taking chairs from offices. I know that people are aggrieved, their families are at home. I'm very emotional towards them. But by the time you get paid, because you will get paid, there's no way the federal government is going to owe you. It may just take time. By the time you get paid, when you look back at the destruction, because there are people who are just waiting. That is the mentality, how to join and infiltrate this your beautiful, peaceful protest. Except they say they are going to do what, because in my parents' generation, during the military coups, because they were not allowed to really move around, they locked offices. They just shut it down. You are at home, the office is shut down. The permanent secretary or whoever is sitting there, 1 or 2 top people, and when you try and walk in, they'll say, no, nobody can come in, we are protesting, we have shut down. If that is it, beautiful, but anything carrying placards, going on the street, trying to, it's a no for me, please.
The present government, the present people, administration, at a point, came out to protest. Let's not forget.
When they were coming out to protest, it was more put together. I'm coming. I was also part of the people, hold on. I moved around during subsidy matter. How many people were attacked during subsidy? How many businesses were destroyed during subsidy in Lagos? Yes. I was there.
Yes, I remember. And I also remember the president that time put soldiers on the street, even former Governor Fashola had to call the president that please remove soldiers from the street. But the streets are safe. They are just protesting. Let's not forget that also.
Okay. Let's get this. Mobilizing is your right. Association is your right. Protest is also your right. The industrial court is saying do not mobilize. Like we say, is he that gets to the court first and gets an injunction. But
prevention is better than cure.
Let's deal with the issue at hand. If it's the salaries that have not been paid, dear FCT minister, please go ahead and pay up those salaries. Budgets were drawn, and this is not. These are recurrent. These are recurrent expenditure. It's not as if maybe it's a capital project. No, it's in the budget. Pay them their salaries, and let's have peace. And let people get to work. Now, let's get to issues that concern us a lot, and has to do with child protection policies. Now, Lagos is warning content creators over the use of children in online media, content creation, and a lot of things that people might not be aware of, but they are breaking the law immensely. Lagos State government has issued a stern warning to content creators, influencers, and digital media producers over the use of children in online content that violates child protection laws. Authorities said offenders risk criminal prosecution. The warning was conveyed in a joint statement by the Commissioner for Youth and Social Development, Mr. Mobolaji Ogunlande, and Executive Secretary of the Lagos State Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency, Mrs. Titi Lola Vivo Adeni. They stressed that children's welfare and rights are paramount, and that any exploitation, as in any exploitation, endangerment, or misuse in digital media would not be tolerated. Officials have urged creators to adhere to legal guidelines, obtain necessary consent where required, and ensure content does not compromise the safety, dignity, and well-being of minors. Enforcement agencies were warned to act decisively against violators, signaling stricter monitoring and compliance measures for online media production in Lagos. This is not just content creators alone. We'll all get to see a lot of digital media down there in the social media space of people that just be it their kids or their children or just children around them on videos that have a whole lot of question marks, forgetting that you do not put minors on videos without direct consent of their legal guardian. We should please, as a matter of urgency, stop. Yeah. You can't even take pictures of minors without permission of their parents or legal guardians. But we see that as a norm around here. Yes. Now Lagos State is coming up and say, hey, let's wake up.
You know, I think apart from, we need to take it a step further. Their guardians and parents also need to start taking responsibility. Because we live in a country whereby even before a child is born, a social media page is open for that child and everything about that child is put on display on the social media. I remember there was a particular actress who, she and her daughter recorded themselves, I think they were dancing or something, and someone made a very derogatory remark about the daughter, and she came out to say, no, you can't do this. And in the comment section, someone said, I mean, if you didn't want this, why put your daughter there? No, two wrongs don't make a right at the same time, but, you know, it speaks to certain things. So how do we do this? I think child rights, human rights agencies, and the rest, this is where they need to step up, because basically this is your own turf here. How do you make sure that children's rights are actually protected? There's a whole lot of things that is going on around minors. I mean, is it about sending a minor to even get something you're not supposed to send a minor to get? It's a whole lot. We need to start looking into policies that we make. And this is where the legislators also come in. We need to start enacting laws to protect minors. That's the way to go. And also consequences, repercussions for those who violate these laws or policies. It has to be put in place.
Okay, Swift.
Okay, so according to the Child Rights Act of 2003, you are not allowed to do certain things. And of course, we also have the Cyber Act. Now, the first story I want to talk about is there was a time I was on Twitter, or X, and I saw a video of a teacher who went to her school. She's a teacher, and she started videoing children, and she was like, who is the prettiest girl in the class? These are people's children. So without a guardian, this is where the law is. It's not me. I can video my children and post online. They're my kids. I'm the guardian. I have a right, except my husband disagrees. Like we saw in Kanye West and Kim Kardashian, where Kanye said, you cannot post my children that are underage or open social media accounts for them. I, as a parent, have a right. But when I send my child to school, I dress up my child, and then a teacher decides to start a content. Who is the prettiest child in the class? There's Farida, is Mui, who is the one that likes to beg for food? That's a problem. I saw another content where a teacher was a little boy. Said, oh, open your plate. What did you bring, Kamala? I started laughing. This country had Amala. That is a problem. Now, these are the problems. We also see people that, try and, create all these content jokes. There was one that goes in between where children are playing and start shouting, snakes, 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 and the children are jumping up and down. These are the reasons why the Lagos state government is coming out. You see children at birthday parties, they are not your kids. You start to video them, then you take it upon yourself and you post. As much as posting a child that is not yours on your social media, on your status, if you don't have permission from the parents and guardians and, oh, I love your child's video, can I post? And you just carry and you post, that's a problem. What you talked about, I post my child dancing, and you come under my post to say anyhow, you can be sued, you can be jailed, because you have no right to make sexual comments or wrong comments about a child that is underage. In fact, there was a time in the US, they were checking people's phones. If you have pictures of children that are maybe dressed in bikinis, underwears, you are put on a sexual predator act. Videos, if they are shared. So in fact, there was a group I was on that we had a couple of people, and there was a certain video that was shared, and the person was like, please don't share anything underage, so that if I get to the airport and they decide to search me, I don't get into trouble. These are the kind of laws that we need to put. We need to warn the teachers. We need to warn schools, especially. I see people tell secondary school students, kneel down. They are pulling their hair. Teachers are videoing. Look at what this one wore. This one, you have no right to do that to my child when I'm not there, videoing my child. These are the acts the Lagos state government is saying. Now, I agree with you, Olumide. The Lagos state government should not just say there's an act. Tell us what is it. Is it 7 years imprisonment? Is it 10 million naira fine? Let people know, so that once anybody is doing something, we are shouting on the road, 10 million or 10 million, people will calm down. I think that's the next solution.
Okay, while SOUQ is talking passionately about this, let's just make it right there. You can't take my picture, me, or anybody's picture without their permission and put it out there. That is wrong. Same thing, you can't do that to a kid. That's even worse. So just know that for sure. So if you've been engaging and getting yourself in this, stop. Now let's talk about this, this beautiful one. There is a deep sea port that has been sold and is all scam. Now EFCC is arraigning some men over $552,276 investment scam. And the targets were Americans. The Economic and Financial Crime Commission, EFCC, has arraigned Victor Ekpong Thompson before the Federal High Court in Uyo for allegedly defrauding several Americans of $552,276 through a fake investment scheme. The EFCC disclosed the development in a statement on its official X account on Monday. Now, Thompson appeared before the Justice Maureen Adaobi on 8 counts of obtaining money by false pretense. The charges relate to purported investment in mineral resources and a deep sea port business. Can you imagine that? And the anti-graft agency said the arraignment underscores its commitment to tackling cross-border fraud and protecting both domestic and international investors. EFCC officials urged the public to exercise caution and verify, this is very important, verify investment opportunities before committing funds, warning that deceptive schemes could lead to severe criminal penalties. Dear Olumide, some years back, someone sold a stadium.
An airport also.
Sold an airport. Now somebody is telling you to come and invest in a deep sea port, and you are committing as much as 500 and something thousand.
Over $1 billion, 733 million.
Okay. This is where we find ourselves. How are people falling for this?
Well, I don't have the answer to that. how people are falling for it. I think sometimes these scammers, they pay on people's greed. They pay on people. Then people like quick money. People like things that sound too good to be true. And that is where my head starts to ring. When certain things sound too good to be true, then I start to get wary of this. I start to get suspicious. But I think we live in an era where social media is very accessible. So certain things are not clear. You go on social media, check for their website, check if they actually have a website, if they have a contact number, call that contact number. These are ways you can actually, or better still, approach a security agency and say, oh, I'm about to do business with this kind of people. Can you run a background check on this and to see whether they are legit? That's why some certain business people involve, even these days, buying a car, you involve a security agent to follow you to the place where you're going to get the car, buy the car. So people are, getting more cautious of certain things. And this kind of news, it doesn't put us in a good light in the international scene. And it's quite sad that, these kind of things are being, perpetrated. But kudos also to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission for foiling this attempt, because this is someone's hard-earned money. It's quite sad. But then again, like I said, run background checks on everything you're not sure of, every deal you're about to go into. Even these days now, to buy properties, you run a background check. Run a background check. If there's a website, check the website. Check for a contact number. Dial that number. Ask certain questions. And have the security agent also involved. That way,
Okay, our time is almost spent. Swift, we have Nigerian Import Promotion Council. Okay. We have CAC. We have Chambers of Commerce. We have Nigerian Ports Authority Business Dealing Council. We have all these people that you can actually, what business is it? Let me verify from these places. Why are people not exploring this in getting this business check?
As much as you are going to say this, there's a prayer they pray for you in Nigeria, that when it's time, it doesn't happen to you. Because a friend of mine was telling me about somebody who was heading one of the federal parastatals in Abuja. He just resigned, and he was duped of 300 million naira in an investment in the same Abuja. Are you telling me he didn't know security people? Are you telling me these people do background checks? In fact, because of it, the international body had to do something. In universities now, you cannot open a normal email and say Harvard, it must be www. Because people had paid school fees to certain people who just spell Harvard and remove a V or a D, and you are communicating with Harvard University, they are communicating back to you. This person might have opened a site that looked like, the Nigerian port. He always sends you to click there, sends you, please verify with the Nigerian port authorities. You go to that click, you type it in, and you know the way the search machine works. Once you have searched for something, the Nigerian port, when you try and even type it correctly, Google or the search engine automatically gives you that thing back. So it's easy to be scammed. And these people are following you up. Sometimes, unfortunately, you have maybe a PA or a cousin or a brother who is also in on it. So those people are saying, I've checked for you, it's verified. And this is how people get scammed. So many times it's just the federal government to put their feet down and keep announcing, we are not selling seaports. We're not selling oil wells. We are not selling this. If you want to sell, come to Nigeria physically. I think that's the best thing. Because I remember a village in Ekiti that was sold by somebody with all the women and children. And when the white men, they came to Ekiti, they realized that the people in the village never knew they were on sale.
Okay. To the EFCC, I want to say thank you very much. Keep doing your jobs. And to everyone out there trying to give this beautiful country of ours a bad name, sorry. The EFCC will catch you. And to everyone out there who also has a brother, a cousin, a sister, an auntie that is into this, please desist. Let's do the right thing. We'll have better days ahead, and we can't foil it with this kind of activities and actions. We love Nigeria, and we have to make and see Nigeria grow. My name is SOUQ. We'll do this again tomorrow, being Wednesday. Don't go anywhere. Just Africa will be here by 12, and the news will be here by 3. So you have a lot on SOUQ News. Remember, go on all social media platforms. All. Follow us. Drop your comments. And most importantly, share. Have yourself a very beautiful day. Swift.
Like I always tell you, buy Nigeria, be a Nigerian, and be proud of Africa. Have a beautiful day. My name is Swift Aderito.
It's been a pleasure staying with us. Knowledge is power. No one is an island. No one knows it all. You can always seek knowledge. If you're not clear about certain things, go on social media, go on search engines, and get verified information before you make any informed decisions. I am Olumide Shokoya. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Literacy said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love on the bad.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself, agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice, pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better, and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. It's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for exports, especially in high demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a larger share of global markets. But the transformation goes beyond exports. Across Africa, new farming techniques and policies are helping to meet domestic demand and reduce reliance on food imports, contributing to food security across the continent. Women are also a key part of Africa's agricultural revolution. They make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, and initiatives are empowering women farmers with resources and training to enhance productivity. From subsistence to sustainability, the future of agriculture in Africa is bright. With innovation, investment, and resilient communities, Africa is sowing the seeds of prosperity.
The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each.
In the heart of Africa's growing hospitality landscape, where service and professionalism go hand in hand, the Hotel Managers Conference Africa 2025 unfolded in grand style. Held on the 28th and 29th of June at the Lagos Continental Hotel, the 2-day gathering welcomed top hospitality professionals, experts, students, and stakeholders from across the continent. Hosted by Sunday Olubenga Omotayo, the conference was a celebration of growth, excellence, and the power of local talent.
Welcome to Lagos. Welcome to Africa. Welcome to the future of hospitality. In this room is the strong and brilliance of Africa's hospitality industry. Professionals who have turned challenges into success, created unforgettable guest experiences, and driven measurable growth. You are not here by chance. You are here because you recognize that the hospitality landscape is evolving faster than ever. What worked 5 years ago may be obsolete today. But those in this room don't just keep up with change. You lead. Talk to someone, you lead. This is more than a conference. It's a movement. A movement to raise the standard of African hospitality and prove that we don't just follow global trends. We sit here. Put your hands together and bring some. So, be present. Don't be distracted. I've seen distractions already. Hard questions. The first professor of hotel management and tourism is here, Professor SOUQ walked up to him and said, I asked him hard questions. Dr. Belinda is here, knows the big name when it comes to hospitality in the world, the global player, asks hard questions. Build connections. Make at least 10 friends, not hold one, not new friends, different ones behind this room, behind this room. Welcome to Hotel Managers Conference Africa
event's impact was the presence of Femi Wash Limited, whose media subsidiary, SOUQ News Television, served as the official media partner, offering live coverage, red carpet interviews, and podcast sessions that amplified the voices and stories shaping the industry. One of the event's high points was a series of insightful keynote sessions that tackled key challenges and emerging trends in hotel management. Professor Wasiu Babalola, SVP Africa at Content Worldwide Hotels, Turkey, and Academia with Atiba University, Oyo State, Nigeria, shared a thought-provoking address. Ahmed Raza, District Director, Nigeria, Radisson Hotel Group, shared insight on hospitality in Africa, driving excellence through local talent, highlighting the importance of investing in indigenous professionals for long-term growth. Dr. Belinda Nwosu, FIH of Lagos Business School, also gave a powerful talk on the future of hospitality, integrating global standards to drive excellence. Other speakers included Dr. Michael Pinda, General Manager of JS Signature Hotel, and Dr. Iyaduni Badebo, Director of Sales and Marketing at Eco Hotels and Suites, who contributed to discussions on hospitality development across the continent.
It's a pleasure to be here. Every one of you in this room, you are a gift. Thank you for the work that you do. A round of applause for yourself. Talk about the future of hospitality. The future is already here, like Brenda has told us. But what are we going to do on our own part to be part of that future? Global standards to deliver excellence. These global standards, we need to understand what they are and how they impact us as people and managers. So the first question I want to ask, and I want a response. If your hotel fails, who's to be fired first? We had some very powerful insights that I want to share with you. Because at the end of the day, yes, we want to be global, but we need to look within as well. What is it that needs to change? So some of these insights are here. 5 nuggets. One is leadership development. We're going to talk about that. Networks and sponsors. Global currency, very, very important. Personal integrity. The fact that I put it forth doesn't mean it's not the most important. And finally, human flourishing. I will speak about that.
The event has been very good. It's growing every year. It's becoming dynamic, and the one place you have to come to every year to see what's going on, to network, and to help yourselves in your careers. We need to look at the future of our industry, and sustainability is important.
This event is, I would cap it as a storytelling of Nigerian hospitality. Started with various events in different parts of the country, and now it has now metamorphosed into Hotel Managers Conference Africa. So we're here to tell the story of the African hospitality sector. It's been an awesome experience. Sincerely, from yesterday we had the keynote speaker, Dr. Belinda from Lagos Business School, and she spoke quite a lot, and what actually still triggers in me is team strength and individual strength. And then today we now had Dr. Duni, who from Eco Hotel, Director of Sales and Marketing, and she spoke about storytelling.
My first time was last year, and this is my second time of attending HMC, and I can tell you for free, it's been very insightful. I want a situation whereby the hospitality industry would not be a dump of where anybody can just venture into. I want it to be a place where people that know their onions dive into the system.
Coming here today, I discovered that there is a whole lot to learn, and I've been learning. But what has really amazed me is the fact that Mr. Benga has been able to put this together and to ensure that there is no competition amongst hoteliers, but a synergy, and for people to work together to see that the hospitality business in Nigeria and in Africa is projected to the outside world.
Being here, I think it's a wonderful thing. Hopefully we can expand it to other African countries and just unitedly just bring Africa up.
We're not just here tonight. Okay. We are actually the head sponsor. Nice. So we didn't just come in first. It was a big one, so we just had to take the bull by the horn.
You want to do this again and again?
Yes, most definitely. HMC has come to stay already, and HMC is actually a big one. So, yeah, why not?
The event also marked a significant milestone for students of the Hotel Managers School, who received certificates after completing their training, symbolizing a new generation of skilled professionals ready to shape the industry.
The event has been a very impactful event. It has been a very knowledgeable event. It has been an event that we need to even have it for a week long, to carry on for 1 week, because it has been an event that a lot of things have been taught here, especially when I listened to the presentation of the keynote speaker, somebody like Dr. Belinda. Dr. Belinda talked so much about the hospitality, and she shed more light of some things that we have been neglecting without knowing that that's what has been. So this event has been so much impactful, and we listened to Dr. Panda speak, and it has been so much impactful, and all the speakers for this event, they have shared knowledge.
The 7th edition of Hotel Managers Conference has been remarkable. It's been educating, informative, and transformative. And it's just been a wow. And a big shout out to the organizer, the convener, Mr. Lubenga Sunday Ombatayo, the veteran consultant.
This is my second time in this event, and I am very, very happy to be here, because here it's an avenue to express and get more experience, especially in the hospitality industry. We believe in growth, and I want to see the hospitality growing from this level to the next level.
So we are here to learn, to relearn, and to unlearn. We've been into hospitality for years, so we know things have been evolving, things have been changing, so we are here to learn, to relearn, and to unlearn.
Why we are both here is because hospitality is a very vast industry. So we see it as something that can improve us on what we are doing on our business, how to relate with people, then to network with the employers of labor, I mean the owners of the hotels, because we give them more work and we do businesses with them. And sincerely, at the conference, I've learned a lot. We've learned a lot, because when we got home, we always do briefing on it. So after the briefing, I saw so many things, and even up till now, we're still learning on it.
Okay, so this is my first time at the conference, and it was honestly a great experience. I am enthusiastic about the numbers. I'm happy about the number of people that want to actually get trained in hospitality, as it's a problem that's actually plaguing the industry. We need to invest more in training, and we need to ensure that people that can't even afford this training have the funding they need to access it.
Rounding up the conference were photo sessions and award presentations, recognizing exceptional individuals and organizations for their contributions to hospitality. night concluded with a vibrant gala evening where guests, graduates, and industry leaders gathered to celebrate, connect, and look ahead to a more collaborative and innovative future for hospitality in Africa. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
The city of Agbo has been home to many illustrious sons and daughters of this nation, from legal luminaries, industry leaders, business moguls, sportsmen and women, the academia, entertainers, political juggernauts, to mention but a few. Because of its peculiar location, connecting the southeastern to northwestern Nigeria, it is a melting pot of both commercial and agricultural services with a diverse population of residents and settlers. When Dickens Ogeneruemu Patrick Sanomi courted and eventually married the delectable Mabel Iyabo Sanomi, little did he know that their fifth child, Igor Charles Sanomi, who was born 17 May 1975, was going to place the Sanomi family name on the world map for the very right reasons. Dickens was the second vice president of the Urobo Progressive Union, UPU, and an Assistant Inspector General Police, AIG, in the Nigerian Police Force. His mother was a Yeye Jemo, tribal chief of the Ishotun Ijesha Kingdom in Osun State, and also a nurse. Patrick's father did practice law in England before returning to Nigeria. Igor obtained his bachelor's degree in geology and mining from the University of Jos. Like many before him, achieving the level of stride he has made didn't come by sheer wishes. His interest in the oil and gas sector was sparked in his final year at the university. He had a friend who interned in a local physical oil trading company, First Furs, and every day that he came back, he talked unendingly about the things he had learned and the prospects in the oil and gas sector. Overwhelmed by the persistent talks by his friend, if you call it that, the desire for physical trading grew on him, creating a lasting impression on him. So while many of his colleagues daydreamed about the prospect of working in one of the major oil and gas companies in the country, after graduation, the prospect of trading never left him for a second. In his final year at the university, he voraciously read everything on physical trading he could lay his hands on, looking for a more appropriate time to get into the business. He did find the opening he was looking for. Back then, it was common for local Nigerian businessmen to bid for fuel import contracts from the state-owned oil company, and then, upon winning the contracts, they resold the contracts to foreign oil trading companies for a tidy sum without lifting a finger. But for him, this was the break he had anticipated for a long time. He set out to get some of these businessmen who won the contract and offered them a mouth-watering deal they couldn't resist. Igor is the founder of Talaveras, a $2 billion company. Now, if you heard his feat, you would have thought it was but a walk in the park. But if only you look closely, you will know it is far from that. Talaveras at its prime moved more than 170 million barrels of crude oil and oil products yearly, and has upstream and downstream assets in a number of African countries. For many who are close to him, Igor is rather media shy. The company in 2008 began to appear on the radar of the most Nigerians when it stated that its offshore trading arm hit a turnover exceeding $2 billion. In 2005, during the oil bidding round organized by the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Talaveras won 2 oil blocks. Then, following a crude swap arrangement with SOUQ Oil Incorporated, a subsidiary of NNPC, Talaveras also benefited. In the same vein, Talaveras in 2013 acquired a stake in the 900 megawatt Afam power plant in Rivers State. Additionally, in 2014, the company invested a minority stake in the IOTO consortium that acquired prolific OML-29 from Shell. Local companies that had the capacity to engage in the oil sector were strongly encouraged to participate in the bid for government tenders. In April 2022 of 2010, the Local Content Act became law and Talaveras met the criteria. True to his nature, he expressly said that he had never at any point obtained any contract through dubious means. With nothing left but faith, hope, and trust in the future, Igor plunged ahead after he failed to make the list of successful bidders for the 2017/2018 crude oil term contract when it was announced in January 2017. This was one of the unsavory moments in his career. When Talaveras didn't get renewal of its crude for products exchange, which it had operated for 3 years by the then President Goodluck Jonathan's administration, this dealt a big blow to Talaveras because it had earlier entered forward contract and base revenue projection models on it. Many who long awaited its fall thought long and hard how Talaveras was going to replace these revenue streams. But like a phoenix from the ashes, Talaveras rose to the occasion by going back to the drawing board to re-strategize. It structured and engaged its international creditors. This led to matters assuming a legal configuration, and there were many out-of-court resolving of matters. He admitted to Talaveras having gone through a series of challenges, also that his affairs in Nigeria have been largely misunderstood by many. For those who have wondered what else this driven young man invests his time in when he's not transacting business deals, it definitely is something that gives him fulfillment beyond pecuniary gains: philanthropy. In 2011, he founded the Deacon Sanomi Foundation, DSF, in honor of his father. This foundation supports people in education and health across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Also, it supports autism awareness initiatives and donates to humanitarian disasters across Nigeria and Africa, donating millions of dollars every year in the support of these endeavors. Owing to his selfless behavior, he's been recognized twice by renowned institute, SOUQ, based in France, topping the ranks of the SOUQ 100 economic leaders under 40 who will play a vital role in the economic development of Africa. For a man renowned for pushing his limits, one would have thought he was everywhere in the eyes of the public, but the reverse is the case for Igor, who is notoriously known for staying away from the spotlight. In 2014, he was awarded a Papal Medal of His Holiness Pope Francis for his ongoing dedication to the Catholic Church and support of the Vatican's mission in Nigeria. He donated to cancer research through the Bobby Moore Fund for Cancer Research in the UK to help fund prostate cancer research. This earned him the Martin Luther King Jr. Award, which was held in Washington, D.C. in 2016. More recently, he founded the inaugural Touch a Life Today campaign launched by the Global Initiative for Peace, Love and Care, GIPL, across 3 states in Nigeria, with the goal of reaching 1,000 vulnerable patients who cannot pay their medical bills. The campaign ended on 17th May 2017. Sanomi is working on restructuring his business alongside the trading arm, which is led by the CEO, Marcio Beavalon, a former royal executive with 35 years work experience, and William Brock Penny, another seasoned upstream executive, formerly with the Petrofac. Igor remains committed to growing his business ventures across Africa. Igor Charles Sanomi.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and what should I call myself? A pseudo-politician, not quite a politician, but I've served in government before, and I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by SOUQ to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor and social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was. Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became high commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was a position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the Sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God, in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women once were not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
The kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. My father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had. and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun, God bless his memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics straight immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I won't say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife, went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, you know, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me. And I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then, filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to deal with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. In fairness, we ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to drop a new one. If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means I've indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the Macpherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC, because they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, SOUQ schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country, and it's just a question of its continuing with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from of the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. Their decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. Well, that's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Osun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Osun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed. And the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in the state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Well, the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. You know, there's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
Hospitality is a very interesting and dynamic industry. Hospitality industry, very interesting and dynamic. And as we know, we have global best practices, that are acceptable. It's just like norms that are acceptable in the industry. So when you talk about global best practices, it encompasses a lot of things, a lot of dimension, in terms of technology, in terms of service delivery, in terms of training and retraining of staff, even the recruitment, onboarding of staff. There's so many things involved when you talk about global best practices. Well, let me just say the main challenge we have in this climb is orientation, education. You know, in this climb, many people go into the hospitality business without much information about what they are about to go into. You see, the problem with us in this climb is education. You see, many of our hotel owners are not properly educated before going into the business. I've had series of experiences on the field where some people must have wasted fortune and they will now realize that they need consultants. And by that time, let me say it may be late already. Before you go into any business, get to understand, how it works. The hotel business is a very complex business. Like globally, the trend is making sure your guests' expectations are exceeded. And so many, the technology is employed in making sure this is possible. You won't believe that up to now, we still have some of our local brands. In fact, most of our local brands have not even adopted the PMS. PMS is property management software, where you right from the guest arrival. If I arrive from online, by the time you are checking online to know about the hotel, their products and all that, right from online to when you get to the front desk and throughout all your experiences, all these things are captured by a software, makes the experience so robust and all that. Up till now, many of our local brands still find it difficult to adopt this PMS. To them, it's expensive. To them, they don't see any reason for it. And this is what makes, it improves guest experiences. It makes you satisfy your guests. You even exceed their expectations. Makes just at a point, just on the touch of a button, things are already happening. In the Western world, they're already going into, AI, right from CRM, customer relations management, service, CRS, and all that. They are already exploring using AI and all that. Here we are still on biro and paper. How do you compare the brands? The local brands are built around the owners. The owner, tells you either he is knowledgeable or not about the business. He runs it like a one-man business. And at the demise of the owner, the business dies. Unlike the global brands. The owners of Marriott are long gone. And Marriott keeps multiplying all over the globe. Right now, they have about more than 1.5 million properties all over the world. They have acquired Sheraton here in Lagos, even 4 Point by Sheraton. You see them expanding. What is the secret? It's all about process, system. When there's no process, there's no system, then you are planning to fail. And it's a common saying that when you don't plan, you're already planning to fail. When there's no planning, many of them go into the business without proper feasibility studies. A young man came in from diaspora, was not just last year, to invest in this same hospitality business, set up a lounge on the island. You won't believe it. 6 months, 100 million was gone. And he had to pack up and return back again. So what is happening? Why is it that the global brands are thriving and our own brands are not thriving? Meanwhile, we should even have some advantages over the global brands because it is natural. We are naturally hospitable. It is our nature in Africa. You know, hospitality, Africa is hospitality, hospitality is Africa. You know, so all we need to do is to get the formal training and convert our virtue, hospitality virtue, into in a professional way and run the business professionally. Well, actually, it's not by the quality. We still have some boutique hotels, you know, that are doing very well in the country. They are already trying as much as possible to, you know, follow the global best practices. You know, it's not until your hotel is so massive and big before you can exceed your guest satisfaction, you know. No. Even if it's just 7 rooms, you can still have a brand that can be reckoned with. You know, a brand is not until it's massive before you can say you have a brand. You can have a brand even in a small hotel. You can create a brand. So it's not about of course, we have some hotels that takes care of the middle class and they are doing it perfectly well. But what I'm just saying is majority of them are not doing it well because they have refused to adopt the tech. They have refused, you know, to follow, you know, good processes. They don't care about training. As far as they are concerned, the staff are just slaves. They use them and dump them, you know. They believe that if they don't do well, fire them, hire another person. You know, your business will be going in circles. You have to create a kind of linear graph, not the one that will just go up and fall down again. You know, try, you know, to train your staff. Like I always tell people, if you don't train them, don't blame them. Because, I mean, you can't imagine spending billions of naira to erect a structure in the name of a hotel, and you cannot even onboard your staff properly. Most of them, they just employ anyhow, put their relatives, and they start running. There is no onboarding program, no vision, no mission, no core values, no SOPs, and and as far as they're concerned, they are running a business. You know, when the owner is not around, nothing can happen. And the guests are complaining. Why is it that you don't have these things in stock? You cannot tell them that our MD is not around. That's why he has not released money. That should be budget. You run such businesses on budget. If he has to release money, he releases the money, you know, as at when the budget is ready and the budget is funded. So the business runs on autopilot. It doesn't have to be there. But most of these local brands, they want to be there to see everything, and it's not possible. It's not possible. Or else, like I said, at the demise of the owner, the business dies. What is the secret behind the companies like Coca-Cola, you know, and all the Marriotts of this world, the Sheraton, etc.? What's the secret? It's because they have process and they have a system. So once there is no process, you're just wasting your time. So and like I always say, a brand is built. It does not come by accident. There has to be intention. It has to be deliberate. You have to be deliberate about building a brand. Well, the truth is, staff will always leave where they are not well treated. One thing is to say you are training. Another thing is the environment conducive for them? They are not animals. If they are well treated, they will stay. They receive training. They see a future in the organization. I mean, there's nothing like staff handbook. You don't even know your rights. You don't know your privileges. You know, you don't know where the company's right stops and where yours starts. You don't know whether you are entitled to leave or not. In fact, that one is in the hotels. In our climb here, there is nothing like leave. You know, you treat them anyhow. Why will they stay? But go and check out those local brands that have adopted these global best practices. Their staff are not going because they see a future. And the issue of trust, you know, you're talking about trust. It's not peculiar with the local brands. If money can be stolen in the local brands, it can be stolen in the international brands. But the difference is the process. You see, like most of our clients, when we try to that we consult for, when we take over, I always tell them, look, let's put a system in place. Increase their salaries. Let their salaries be enough. Then those that were there with the wrong intention, by the time the systems are in place, they will leave because they know they cannot steal. Recently, in one of the hotels I consult for, somewhere in Ogun State, we recruited the maintenance officer, and they overheard him talking on phone that, it's like there are no lapses here. Barely 7 days. He was already looking for, you know, lapses to explore, and that he has to leave. You won't believe, within a week, he has already given us a notice that he's resigning. Why? Because there's a system in place. Use this PMS we are talking about. Property management software. It has different modules. You have the front desk module, you have the restaurant and bar modules, you have the accounting module, the inventory module, you know, different modules, and they all work together. It's a central thing. Even the HR module, whereby you onboard your staff on the software. Right on the software, you know whether their documents are complete or not. Those that are 80% complete, what are the outstanding documents, the guarantors, and all those things. But most of these people, when you tell them, it's alien to them. They don't believe it's workable here. All there is, and another thing, another dimension, another thing I noticed about our local owners is, how much was your sales yesterday? The next thing is he has taken everything. He's going to party. No future. The business has no future. And when the employees see you spend like that, see you behave like that, you are also tempting them to start behaving like that, to go into the money if they have the opportunity to, because they don't have a future in that business. They know their future is not guaranteed. Tomorrow the business might fold up because of the recklessness of the owner. You're building a business. Allow it to grow. Nurture it. Let it grow. Let it grow. Let me break it down. Like when I say the front desk module, the module has a lot of features whereby when your guest walks in, or either online, you can book online, and it will reflect right there. You can book right from London. You go to the website, the hotel's website, and right from the comfort of your bedroom, you are seeing the different categories of rooms, just as if you are already in the hotel, and you are seeing the attached rack rates, and you make a pick. And as you pick, you have the option of payment. And as you make the payment, you have reserved the date and a future date, and you make the payment. As soon as you make the payment, it reflects right in the hotel on the front desk. For example, you picked room 107, and somebody else walks into the front desk and says, I want room 107. Sorry, it will show that it's no more available, even though you didn't see the guests, but it's been paid for online. Can't you see it makes life easy? It increases, improves the guest experiences. It makes your potential guests or your guests happy, makes things easy for them. So you can achieve that online. You can also achieve it by walking into the front desk, and you can make a reservation. All you need to do is check the rooms. You don't even need to go around and looking at the rooms. It's displayed for you at the front desk. You have it on the screen. You see the different categories of room. You make a pick, and you make payment. Now, when you make payment, a receipt is generated immediately. Another thing is, that's what you call door integration. When you're talking about fraud, you integrate your door. That's the card system, not the iron key, the card system. You integrate it with your software in such a way that once a card is activated, because once payment is made, the card is activated automatically. The owner already gets an alert. In some software, it's called MRS, Management Report System, that a room has been sold. Either you are there or not. It's as clear, as simple as that. You don't need to come, and some owners will come and sit down at the reception to see what is happening. No, you don't even need a camera. Everything is automated. No room can be opened. You can't access any room without the card being activated. And the card cannot be activated except payment is made. It's only the payment that activates the card. Can you see that control? So now another question comes. What about when you want to clean the room? How do you get the card? That's what you call, MasterCard. Or floor card and all that, depending. Now, personally, I advise my clients, you don't activate a MasterCard to work indefinitely, to work anytime, anyhow. We have hours of cleaning. So your MasterCard is activated to work. For example, the checkout time is 12 o'clock. So you activate it in such a way that it's only active between 12 and certain maybe 3 o'clock or so. Every daily. Once it is 3, you cannot access the room with the MasterCard again. You can see the tech we are talking about. So you can't access any room again. And again, we have energy saving lights, whereby it's only that same card that can power the lights and the TV and the AC in the room. No guest wants to check into a room without the AC working, without the TV working. So it's only that same card that can power the systems. So you won't check me in by 1 o'clock because you have access to MasterCard. And by 3 or 4, once your card is no more active, I'm in darkness. And again, you can always generate a report from the front desk that will tell you how many times, the kind of the entrance, whether the room was opened with the MasterCard or it was opened with a guest card. Right from the report, you see. And when you go through the report and you see that MasterCard opened at this time, you say, what happened? Why? Who was the person that accessed the room? So you don't need to be there. A particular client of mine was trying to lease out his hotel, which I always strongly advise against, on the island, because he was relocating to Dubai, United Arab Emirates, you know. So I advised him against it. Why do you want to? I've told you to install a PMS since. This will give you some level of comfort, because his main reason is that I'm here, right under my nose, they are still stealing. When I leave, what will happen? You don't need to. And thank God he was able to take the advice. We installed the PMS and he saw the difference. Don't underestimate your guests. Even forget the color. They may be black, but they are well traveled. They've been to America, they've been to Europe, they've been to, Dubai. They've lodged in the best hotels in the world, and they know what good service is. So don't think you can just give them any kind of service anyhow. They have an expectation. For every, rack rate, for every money paid, there is a value, an expected value attached to it. Why is it that you see some guests, they'll lodge in 5-star hotels, they pay as much as 1 million naira, 700,000, 500,000 a night, and when they wake up in the morning, because of the kind of treatment, when they are checking out, you still see them giving out tips. They are happy. Meanwhile, this same set will go to some local brands, maybe as a result of lack of availability of such class of hotel in their village, or in they have a function somewhere, and they pay just 30,000 naira, and you see them complaining and quarreling and getting angry, agitated, Why? Because of the service. 30,000 has a value, an expected value. Same thing with 500,000 naira. If he had paid 500,000 naira in a 5-star hotel and he didn't get the attached value, he will complain. But he paid 30,000 and he could not even sleep at night, mosquito, all through the night. The AC is not working. Why? Because there is no process, no system. All these ACs and all these things, they all have, you have a kind of maintenance worksheet, maintenance plan. It does not have to break down before you start repairing it. You maintain them. When the generator has worked for so number of hours, it must be serviced. How often do we check all these things in our local brands? Because there is even no system, no SOP, nothing in place. You just open and start running. It's not done anywhere. I gave an example of someone who brought in 100 million naira and the whole thing disappeared. Let me say, what we should know is that money is inflammable. The whole thing went in flames. That's how I will put it, within 6 months. Why? Because there was no due process. There was no planning. He didn't understand what he was coming to do. He just dabbled into it. In my book, which I'll be launching soon in my event coming up, I call it ABC of creating a great hospitality brand. Simple, steps of creating a brand. I made reference to such owners as accidental owners. You just inherited a property, or you felt, okay, what is moving now? What can we do? They say hotel is bringing in money, jackpot. Many people have gone into it and they've gotten their fingers burnt. So I will advise investors, if you want to invest, do proper feasibility study. Do proper feasibility study. Well, let me give you an example, a practical example. One of my clients started a 23-rooms hotel in Delta, and according to him, It's almost 3-4 years now. According to him, he spent about 400 million naira. He's smiling today. Right now, there is no day that he does not have a turnover. You can do something smaller, even with 100 million, you know. Yes, it depends. I just gave the practical example. I know of people that have just 7 rooms, and they are making their money every day because they've done, their due diligence. No, definitely, you know, it will reflect on your pricing. And once, like I always tell people, it's value for value. I can't be forced to sell my room 10,000 naira because my neighbor is selling for 10,000 naira. You know, I can sell mine for 40,000 naira and still be fully booked. While the one that is selling for 10,000 naira is not even attracting any guests. Why? Because the 10,000 naira will try to say, okay, when it is 12, we turn off the gen because we want to conserve energy. We don't have money to buy diesel and all that. Start rationing. No guests will feel comfortable. You know, these guests, even in their personal homes, they enjoy 24 hours light. They enjoy themselves. Then you now come, you know, to a hotel where you should relax and be able to think properly. And they are telling you they are turning off the gen because they don't want to sell the room high. I'll tell my clients, sell it high, but create the value. When the value is there, make sure you recover your costs. You have to impute all these things, you know, into your costing. Many of them don't even believe there is need for a revenue manager. Apart from the normal manager, you have a revenue manager. You know, you have cost accountants, you know, apart from the main accountant, people that are in charge of costing. You're selling a plate of food for 7,000 naira. What is the cost? Many of them don't know. And like I said, most of this software takes care of all these things. You know, the recipes are there in the software, you know, all programmed. So when you have sold a plate of rice, you already know how much is your profit on it. It comes to that. So we have to be very analytical. Yeah, majorly it's let me say government policies. It affects, you know, like in Lagos State now, the talk of consumption tax. Then the federal will still come and say you should pay VAT. It is repetition. Consumption tax is 5%. Then the federal government is asking for 7.5. Is that not 12.5? How? How do you survive? You understand? So these are challenges, and that's one of the reasons, you know, for the vision for my program, which will be coming up in September, you know. It's called Hotel Owners Dinner Outreach. You know, it sort of creates an environment where you have the policymakers, you have the stakeholders, the investors, the owners of hotel, the practitioners, all come together under one roof. Then we dialogue, you know, look at the investment climb, look at the challenges, we rub minds together, and we come up with solutions, possible solutions, you know. Like you cannot be up there churning out rules. You are so far from the players. You don't even know, you can't feel them. You don't know what they are going through. A client of mine, the road to his hotel is terrible. Very terrible. And it's hardly having guests. And this government arm will come and pay consumption tax. Another will pay advert, another will pay different kinds of local government will come and ask for their own, you know. So like this year's edition, we are bringing in the number one taxman in the state, for example, will be we call it investment roundtable. Will be in the panel, We have a representative of the international brand. That's the owners of Marriott Hotel in GRA, Ikeja. You know, he'll be in the panel too. And we have the permanent secretary, tourism, who will be in the panel. So we'll bring them together. Then we have consultants, practitioners of over 40 years in the industry in that same panel. That's the president of AFCON. AFCON is Association of Tourism and Hospitality Consultants in Nigeria. He'll be in the panel. All of them. So let us discuss. Let's feel each other's pain. Let us understand. You know, the government, tell us why you are taxing us like this and all that. So that's one challenge. Another one is power. Of course, there's nothing we can do about that. It's a national thing, you know, and until it is solved nationally, we'll keep generating our own. While we always advise that, you know, owners should look at, you know, solar, which is environmental friendly. That's even the way, you know, hospitality is going, you know. We talk about sustainability, you know, in hospitality, social, economic, and environmental. You know, those are other issues again, another topic entirely, maybe for another day. We should just keep it professional. Whatever you are doing, keep it professional. You're building a brand. Always remember that a brand is a promise. Make sure you always keep it. You know, a brand is an experience. Always improve the experience. A brand is a reputation. Maintain it.
I was in Nigeria up until SS1 third term, SS2, and after that I moved to France where I did my A-levels, and then after that I moved to England where I did my undergrad, and then my master's I did in America. And European culture is European culture, right? For me, it's actually quite interesting because I learned so much more about Africa outside Africa, right? Because in the education I had in secondary school, there wasn't really much focus on our history or the greatness that Africa was. It almost seemed more like propaganda history, that our history pretty much just started slightly before colonization, and everything else we've become is either our journey to independence and carrying on the system that we're left with, right? Unfortunately, schooling abroad brought this Afrocentric idea into my consciousness. Books about researchers that showed our history that goes all the way back to ancient Egypt, Timbuktu, the Great Empire of Mali, learn about people like Mansa Musa, connecting migrations from what is present-day Nigeria in the southwest up until the Nile Valley, and the different movements, migration patterns that happened between those two civilizations, right? Aside that, governance, giving one a higher expectation of what one should expect from government, giving one a higher expectation of what democracy should be or what it should look like, because you can't really operate outside of what you've been exposed to. You know, when the mind has been expanded, it cannot go back to its former size, right? And experiencing what quality education is like, experiencing what good governance is like, experiencing a health system that works, a health system that is checking on people before they get sick, because they know that on the long run, that will keep the cost of healthcare coverage lower. Preventative medicine as opposed to constantly solving problems as they're happening. Understanding the value of data, data-driven policy, and how all these come together to create a system that works and that people can thrive in. Understanding the value of people paying taxes, right? And the services they get in return of those taxes. I think these are some of the things that I got from my exposure schooling abroad. And then when I moved back to Nigeria, I did my NYSC, and then I started working. I worked in some architecture firms while also running mine and getting some projects, and then went into business. And then when I wanted to go into politics, after leading a GMO campaign alongside other notable patriotic Nigerians, I decided that, you know, experiencing leading the 2,000-man march on the Senate and understanding how they responded to us, which in my opinion did not show people that actually prioritize the well-being of their people, I felt that it's important to go into politics. Okay, so I ran for student council president in high school and won. So politics that way, yeah. You can say since I was 19, having an idea, having the manifesto and selling that idea, understanding problems and proffering solutions and implementation strategies. Yeah, so I can say 18, 19. When I came back and after the GMO, for those that don't know, genetic modified foods, we led a 2-year campaign against the Ministry of Agriculture that was chaired at the time by Akinwumi Adesina to prevent the adoption of genetic modified foods in Nigeria. And that process, engaging with politicians and our representatives, I felt that Nigerians deserve better. And I'm not one to just complain and point fingers or tweet on social media. I believe if you engage in something, you need to see it all the way. So I ran for local government chairman. But before that, I actually went to Unilag and got a master's in research and public policy. Now, I had some very brilliant professors, without a doubt, some very, very brilliant professors. People like Professor Jikutu, people like Professor Logbenla, Onoha, a number of very brilliant people. But at the same time, in relation to the level of organization, there's still a way to go, you know. And I think this also comes down to funding our universities properly, ensuring that our professors are well paid, ensuring that we have enough professors, because a lot of our professors, they are taking so many classes with so many students and they have to bring in their A game to all of these things. We need to prioritize education a lot more in this country, you know. Nigerians are some of the most brilliant human beings in this world. Brilliant, and I'm talking, I just named 3 different countries that have operated in terms of education. And then there are some other 4 countries that I've done work in and I currently have interest in. And Nigerians are there and they are doing wonderful things, right? So we're an intelligent group of people. What we need are the structures and organization that create an enabling environment for us to thrive. I mean, think about what it takes to be successful in this country today. Think about what it takes to be successful in Lagos. Now, imagine a government that puts everything in place and is more like a partner than, you know, this person that's just trying to take from you, right? You would experience an exponential increase in wealth. I think that a person that values education must have had a very good education. If you don't value education, it's a reflection of your own education. I can't think of somebody that's experienced good education that will not prioritize education, because you will know the power of education. And this goes to show when we talk about how it's okay for someone with a NEPA certificate to be our president, and we see the ruin that it brought Nigeria to, or a person that's using lawyers to hide the certificates, right? It will reflect in the quality of your education. So I feel that we need to start demanding more from people that aspire to lead us. Go and look at the quality of education that the leaders of America got. They either went to Yale or Harvard or recently Princeton, Ivy League schools. The top of us have to lead. This idea that you can just pick anybody to lead you to where? This person is like this with you. Where is he leading you to? What vision is this person bringing that is outstanding? Your leader should be outstanding. He cannot be, or she cannot be part of the flock. You understand? They must be outstanding, either in their strength of character. So you look at America when they want to select their president, George Washington. Why? Because when there was war, the man stood in front. He was a leader. Intelligence, he was a leader. These were people that were inventors. Benjamin Franklin. These were people that were inventing things. They were not just thought leaders. They were on ground. They were policy leaders. They were kings in their own right. It was not a commoner. And I don't mean commoner in the sense of money. You see, people think it's just about money. No, it's about what are your values? What are you willing to stand for? What do you stand for? Right? If the wind blows, you just move to the place that favors your pocket. You clearly don't have a backbone. So how can you lead? And people will say, okay, they just want somebody that they can associate with. Yes, but associate with in what way? In poverty and failure and mediocrity, or in success and a vision that will benefit you, your family, and your children, and the greater society, right? Because if you think about it, I say this thing in most interviews I do. My father tells me that his father told him that Nigeria was better in his day. My father told me Nigeria was better in his day. My father graduated, there were jobs, you could get car. Like, only the man had to work, the wife could be a housewife, and they were comfortable. They don't need to steal, to travel, to go on holiday. Right? He came into that. Quality education. There was public education. Right? His father was a judge. His father's driver could send his child to the same school as his boss's son. And they got quality education. Now, I can tell my children that I remember a time when Nigeria was better. When I would change 1 million naira and get 4,000 pounds. I can barely get 1 million naira now with 500 pounds. Do you understand? So it's perpetually in a nosedive. And why is that? Lack of continuity in quality leadership and visionary leadership, right? No leader that is truly focused on creating a Nigerian identity that celebrates our uniqueness and our differences and sees that as a resource as opposed to something that divides us, right? People that are traveling to the UAE, they are going there to enjoy the culture. And this culture is old, it's ancient, but they've repackaged it. That makes people want to come and visit, want to come and spend their hard-earned money there, right? And this is the visionary type of ideas I'm talking about that will create jobs, right? Well, you know, it's a very interesting one. I grew up in a Nigeria where I went to ISL, and speaking traditional languages was called, there's a word for it, starts with C, not vernacular, there was something else. There's another word, it starts with a C. You could not do that. It was against the school rules, right? And you get punished for that. And then even at the time, there was this whole idea of this person, this is local. Like, young people, I remember young people saying that is local. The people were not interested with identifying with Nigerian music. Then it was hip hop, it was about Biggie, Puff Daddy, you know, international music. I'm sure I'm betraying my age now. Well, my age is not 80 now, 42. But I'm talking about the time where nobody was wearing trad. We grew up seeing our parents wearing suits, trousers and shirts, you know. And like I said, I don't feel that the education that we got in Nigeria really laid any foundation for you to look deeper into our history, into our culture. And I know this now because I've experienced education elsewhere. And I know how the British lay emphasis on their history. So that even if you're an art student or a science student, you had an in-depth knowledge of the history of your people. And this history is not just a linear one. It's one that is connecting different events and moments and always trying to show your people to be great, right? So you see the British will hide the idea of the part they played in slavery and enslavement. It will not be prominent in the history, but where they conquered or where they uprooted slavery from the African continent, the role they played in doing that will be highlighted, right? That is curated. Now you might say that's not right, it's not fair, but they're programming their citizenry. And that is what a thinking government will prioritize. Same thing with America, right? So I don't really feel we had that in our education system. But then there was an Afrocentric awakening that happened later on. And this had also happened earlier. The kind of thinking that informed people like Nnamdi Azikiwe when he traveled to America, the kind of thinking that informed Fela Anikulapo Kuti when he traveled to America, or even to England, where he met Afro-British people that knew the histories of Africa, that awoken that idea in him, in Fela, in Nnamdi Azikiwe, in a number of Africans, in Kwame Nkrumah, right? They didn't get it at home, they got it elsewhere, and they came and they brought that, we are African, we are great, black is beautiful, you know? And when you open that doorway, it then starts to lead you into understanding your culture more, understanding the depth of it, you see? And it's not our fault, right? We're conquered, our kings were removed, at least the kings that had the courage to fight, they were removed, they were exiled, some were killed, people were kidnapped with the collaboration of some Africans, that people were kidnapped and sold. Some of the strongest men were kidnapped and sold. So you have diaspora cousins and everybody outside of the country, the few that were saved, you know, were brought back. But you now had a situation of religion. And unfortunately, the religion that came through in partnership with colonization pretty much said to us that everything that we were before them was bad, was evil, was demonic. So you have a people that claim that they are from a certain tribe, speak the language, but the depth of the thinking they associate with being evil. So there's still a significant level of identity crisis that we struggle with. And you don't really see that with Indians who were colonized by the British. You don't really see it with the Chinese who also dealt with their own level of colonization, nor the Japanese, right? And you see, understanding your identity or crafting your identity as a people, because China, as we're seeing it today, was not just monolithic. It was not just one group of people. There are huge, different groups of people all over China, different tribes, but they were united by a visionary king. Similar thing happened in Japan, right? Similar thing happened in England, right? In England, you had part in what you call England, or what was Great Britain or England at a point. You had the Welsh, you had the Scottish, you had the Irish, right? You know, and they were united at a point by a conqueror, right? So sometimes you also craft identity. Sometimes identity is created by facing a threat that is bigger than all of you independently. So you have to come together to face that. And sometimes it's just visionary leadership, right? You see visionary leadership in Singapore with Lee Kuan Yew. We saw that creates an identity that you can be proud of. Like there is no China man now, or even if there will be very few that will not be proud of China and not want to be associated with the bigger identity of China as opposed to their identity as a tribe, because China is so great and it pays you to be associated with it. It is when there's a failure in that bigger identity that people recoil back to their smaller identity, right? And that's what you find going on in a lot of places. But all in all, yeah. I think the government, you see, what has happened is because we've had governments or politicians that don't really have a vision to sell, they rely on selling division, because the classic divide and rule strategy. If you have a vision, you want to sell a vision and unite people. Visions unite people, right? So you sell a vision, so people unite behind the vision. When you don't have a vision, so you sell the vision so that people can be separated. When you separate people, it's easier to rule over them. And you see that has happened significantly from the last election, right? And you then see in how the government has ruled this country. Significant nepotism, significant levels of corruption, significant levels of lack of transparency or accountability. You see that the government is very extractive without really paying any attention to being accountable to the people they want to extract from. You see that they talk about stopping subsidy payments. And there was a hope that those monies that would have otherwise been used for subsidies would have been put to make life easier for the Nigerian. Life is not easier for the Nigerian. Inflation rates are at an all-time high, right? Insecurity is at an all-time high. For the first time in decades, we're having a foreign country bombing our land, our territory, which is an indictment on the failure of our security system. And you think about how much money is spent on these things, on our army, on our military, that goes unaccounted for. And you see how corruption is rewarded by ambassadorial appointments. So there's a lot of politicking as opposed to governance. And it is in quality governance, creating excellence in governance, where you are moving away from personalities to institutions, and people are now normalizing an excellent standard of service, right? So it's no more about the personality, it's about the quality of governance. Once that starts to be ticked, right, people will start to embrace the idea of Nigeria. When Nigeria is playing football, nobody is saying that man is from this tribe, this person is from this tribe, especially if we are doing well. Everybody wants to be associated with that greatness that is Nigeria. When I finished school, I'm telling you, I went to a school where you did not have to leave the school to get the best jobs. Those companies came to do interview on campus. And I'm saying that myself and all my friends that were Nigerian were rushing to move back to Nigeria. It's not that we did not have the jobs or the potential jobs. We were so excited about Nigeria at the time under President Obasanjo, what he had achieved, the quality of his governance, the quality of his ministers, that there was a significant fear of missing out. And so many people, and I tell this to young people today, that there was a time where people were rushing back from countries like America, from England, and they can't imagine it, So it's about creating good governance, creating excellence in governance, and everybody wants to be associated with success and greatness. There was a time where we had governments that were very empathetic to the common man. They were welfarist to an extent. Governments like Alhaji Lateef Jakonde, and that was really the ideology of Obafemi Awolowo. It was very welfarist. So civil servants did not have to hustle for housing. They had quality housing in prime areas. Affordable housing was a priority. It was prioritizing the people that were the middle class, that were the working class. That is the role of government. But you find that now government is more fixated on producing properties or being involved in properties for the rich. Whether it is how they are allocating land, whether it is in how they are sand filling. I mean, how many Nigerians can afford to live at Eco Atlantic? I read this year where they were proudly talking about how they are sand filling and reclaiming land in some parts of Lagos for housing. By the time you've done all of that, your unit cost will be so significant that no average person will be able to afford to live there. Meanwhile, we have huge tracts of land in Ojo, Amuwo, Badagry, Ikorodu, Ekpe, Ibeju-Lekki that we can channel proper urban planning, bring in industries there, and focus on creating infrastructure that makes people want to live there. And then creating local governments that are independent in themselves. So most of the major services you need are in there. So nobody's going from Ikeja to Yaba for school. These are things that cause traffic. It's like the boroughs in London. You cannot even get into a borough outside of where you pay your council tax. Why? Because your taxes are used to fund the schools in that community. So it's a direct correlation. So your child can get into schools in the immediate vicinity of where you live. And that local council is doing their best to create affordable housing, council flat, and unemployment benefits, things like that, from the taxes. You understand? And that's what is missing significantly here. You've talked about flooding. Flooding is tied to our drainage systems and it's tied to our waste disposal systems and waste management systems, right? That in itself is also tied to the traffic that we have, especially in rainy season. It's also tied to traffic outside of rainy season because if your water is not draining properly, it's destroying your roads. That's how we then get potholes. That also causes traffic. That also spoils cars. We then leads to cars breaking down the road. We then leads to traffic. So it's an entire holistic system that must be solved in a holistic way. And there's a famous saying that you can never solve a problem from the same headspace or mindset in which that problem was created. You must step out of it to solve that problem. So this problem must be solved in a holistic way. Why are our gutters still open? All these our elites, they're not even elite. Our politicians, our political leaders, they travel abroad. Shibi, our president, has gone to, I think he's gone somewhere to Europe and then the Middle East. I'm sure he's not seeing open gutters when he goes to Dubai, right, or England or France, right? I'm sure he knows of the proper draining systems in these places, right? So we need to do better as a people. I even think it's wrong to use Lagos as a mirror. You cannot compare Lagos to any other state in this country. Lagos, first, was a water-facing arm for the Benin Empire at a point, which was very powerful at a point. It was, aside from the Awori and children of Olofin that came and settled it, the monarchy was from Benin. And it was a water-facing arm of the Benin Empire. Then Lagos then received all the influx of Europeans that came in for colonization. Lagos was the port in which Nigeria was formed. There was a time where all politics in Nigeria happened in Lagos. Everybody from all over came to Lagos. Think about the level of exposure. Think about the level of development from back then. Think about the level of commerce, level of finance from back then. Then you now had influx of returnees that had either paid for their freedom or people that were saved, that were never enslaved and got education in Sierra Leone, because that was where the first secondary school was, and came back. I'm talking about people like Samajai Crowder, grandfather of Herbert Macaulay, Henry Carr, H.O. Davis, and so many others that literally laid the foundation for the freedom and independence that we then got later on. Think about the intellectual capital that came in here. Think about all the skill sets that came into Lagos, the buildings that were built, the level of development, the amount of resource that came into Lagos with that. Then after that, Lagos then became this capital. Think about all the investments that came with that, all the infrastructure that was created by the Nigerian state before it now relocated to Abuja. And then today, Lagos is now the commercial capital. Most companies that exist in this country have their headquarters here. So it's extremely unfair to compare. Lagos State is like that child that has been blessed and blessed and blessed. You know, it's like all the other children were on the farm and all the prophets were just coming and blessing and blessing and blessing. It's not fair to compare Lagos to any other state. It cannot be compared. But yes, that's the one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is the extreme need for infrastructure, right? Which, I mean, we have huge IGR because of the human beings that are here. So those money should be put into creating infrastructure for them to have a beautiful quality of life, to be more productive, to be able to earn more, which would then increase the IGR that Lagos generates, right? You know, so it's all tied into each other. Well, first of all, it's not a thing that's unique to me. You know, the APC Lagos especially, the APC Lagos arm of politics is bigotry. It's based on bigotry. I mean, there's still pictures of banners that were hung of Jimmy Agbaje being called Jimmy Chukwu, governor of the Southeast. He's a man that is blue blood from Ikorodu. We know his grandfather, we know his antecedents, we know what he did. This is not somebody that his history or his pedigree or his name or his age or his sex is under question or under any kind of controversy. We know him. We know his grandfather, we know his father, we know his family, right? And this is what they did. So anybody that seemingly rises to challenge the Tinubu hegemony, the first thing that is challenged is your Yorubaness, right? I remember when they were saying that even somebody like Padi Banjo, the reason why he supported Peter Obi or was anti-Tinubu was because his mother was Igbo. Or they said Obasanjo's father is this. Anytime somebody challenges the Tinubu hegemony, they attack your identity. They try to strip you of your Yorubaness. In my situation, unfortunately for them, they could not challenge my family. They could not challenge our history. There are all sorts of nonsense. But I give God the glory that my parents are alive. You know, I give God the glory that my family has a very good habit of keeping records, all the way to newspaper articles from the 1800s. So imagine if one did not have that. Imagine if one's parents were not alive and these people just came together with this propaganda. You start questioning, what's really going on? But thank God, I come from a family that history has written a lot about, you know, so we know who we are. And as Lagosians, Amorawa, we know ourselves. Because one is in politics now, there are a lot more things that people are saying about me. But I've been Afrocentric for a very long time. All you need to do is go and read my blogs. I still have a blog under if you search for it, The Hopeful Nigerian. And I've been advocating for history to return back to our schools, our traditions, our culture. The idea that no, not everything that existed before the Rainbow Man came here was bad. Right? There's bad in everything. There are people that call themselves Muslims that are killing people. There are people that were calling themselves Christian that were doing crusades and massacring people. I mean, for goodness sake, The first slave ship that came to Africa was called Jesus. The Pope blessed people that were going to go and kill indigenous people all over the world. So there are good and bad people in every culture, in every belief system, right? And this idea that everything that we were before Christianity or any of the major religions means that we are bad. I've been against that for decades, right? And that's not common. That's not common in this part of the world. And I know the backlash that I got for that, but I'm somebody that fortunately I can afford to live my truth, you know? I can afford to do that. So what you saw is just me on my journey. A lot has been consistent. It's just now, it is obvious. People are seeing it, it's in people's faces, and I'm coming of age, I'm growing, you know? My first title was the Obalefon of Lagos that I got from the Obatala Temple in Ife, right? And that ties into my belief system that, you know, there is an African spiritual science, right? The entire binary code in which we build our computers is based on African traditional science, right? The understanding of time.
Well, I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry, power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Shehu Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Hirusadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere. And the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. It's not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that, okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Waneri, and there's an Okoli, there's Ndidi. You have both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of the Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at the point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians is neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports, you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All-Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all around this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we are still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons or the group of persons who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian league over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists that are practitioners, they are not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it. And that's content, and you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abete, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they're still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for the consumption of Nigerians, so they can make cheap money from telcos and from the brewing industry. They made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they will tell them, who will watch Nigerian league? I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. Some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here. We are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can, if we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
In Africa, there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dangote and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dangote, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dangote, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines rare intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Africa is a rich continent, and when it comes to African countries with hidden riches, Burundi is generally overlooked. This little East African nation, located between Rwanda, Tanzania, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, has a strong, distinct identity. Drums in Burundi do more than just generate sounds, they also convey stories. The royal drummers of Burundi, Abatimbo, are more than just performers. They are historians, keepers of traditions, and spiritual messengers. These gigantic drums, built from hollowed-out tree trunks and coated in animal hide, are regarded with respect. In reality, for centuries, they were only utilized for sacred rites, royal events, and national holidays. Here's what makes this unique. Burundi drumming is unofficially protected by UNESCO as part of the world's intangible cultural heritage. That is, the sound of the Burundian drum is not just a national icon, but also a global treasure. And they are not your typical beat makers. The ritual is ordered and ceremonial. Drummers perform while dancing, holding the drums on their heads and producing rhythm with their bodies rather than with their hands. It's poetry in motion, tradition in tempo. However, Burundi's rhythms are not limited to drums. There is also a rhythm to their agriculture. Over 90% of Burundians depend on agriculture, primarily for substance. Burundians know how to cultivate life, from coffee, the country's main exports, to bananas, beans, and sweet potatoes, even on limited territory. Despite decades of political unrest and economic challenges, the Burundian spirit remains resilient. Kingship, oral storytelling, and shared traditions are essential components of community life. There is an unsaid value in their community, as evidenced by their Ubushigante, a cultural council of wise elders who have traditionally helped settle conflicts and uphold moral standards. So, Burundi may be one of Africa's tiniest countries. It may not always make headlines. However, it embodies a continent's heartbeat through its drums, people, and ageless customs. One that teaches us that even the smallest countries may echo the loudest truth if we only stop and listen. I am Laura Iheke for SOUQ News. Until next time, let's keep sharing stories that bring this continent together.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, this POS matter don't pass your code. This go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that bar road where they warrior for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development where they work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Hello and welcome to another compelling episode of Just Africa on SOUQ News Television, the program where we spotlight the people, policies and possibilities shaping Africa's future. Across Africa, cervical cancer remains one of the most preventable yet deadly diseases affecting women. Despite the availability of effective screening, vaccination and treatment, millions of women continue to fall through the cracks, limited by poor awareness, weak health infrastructure, and unequal access to care. This episode of Just Africa focuses on how Africa can confront cervical cancer not just as a health issue, but as a question of equity, systems, and leadership. We examine how technology, community mobilization, and policy advocacy can work together to close one of the continent's most urgent gender health gaps. I am Emmanuel Omolo, and of course I have my delectable co-host looking all bright in yellow, but it's very, very important that I have her today to have this conversation because it concerns women. Hello, Omevi.
You say girl in yellow.
I like the fact that this conversation is being had because I have a personal experience with it, and it was after that close loss that made me begin to understand this ailment, read about it, and began my own corner of advocacy for this to be eliminated from Africa.
Yes. Good afternoon to you, Lagos, Nigeria, and to you, wherever you're watching from across the globe, and welcome to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Cervical cancer. Amolo, you know, the knowledge of a thing is much more important. Sometimes it depends on the scenario than whatever that thing is. And one thing, when we talk about cervical cancer that's killing African women, is the fact that people don't have very deep knowledge of what it is. And some that have maybe not a very deep knowledge, they are limited by tradition or culture or some, their myopic mindsets. They tell you, okay, due to some factors, our mothers didn't take a certain vaccine, why should we take it now?
Or it's a limit, if I heard of stories,
it's a limit like they tell you pregnant, they tell you that the Western world are looking for a way to reduce the African population. They tell us so many stories so many myths about cervical cancer and the vaccine. I think this is a very good show.
When you realize the number of Africans that are still in rural communities, and these conversations are not even had in urban centers, let alone in rural cities, then you know how humongous this problem is. But anyway, hopefully we're going to see how this our own corner of advocacy from here would help. The aim of today's episode is very, very simple: to inform and to activate. Viewers should leave with a clear understanding of why cervical cancer prevention is urgent, how tech-enabled solutions can save lives, and what governments, institutions, and individuals must do differently now. We'll go on a very short break, and of course, when we return, we'll be having our guests come help us expand this conversation. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Just Africa Show. On today's episode, we examine women's health in Africa through the lens of innovation, advocacy, and systems change. Our guest is Itoro Usoro, a founder and CEO of Help the Woman campaign, and a leading global health advocate focused on cervical cancer prevention. Through his organization, Itoro has reached over 40,000 women with screening, education, and prevention programs, mobilized more than 200 volunteers, and played a very critical role in influencing the inclusion of HPV vaccination in Nigeria's national immunization policy. His work sits at the intersection of health technology, grassroots mobilization, and policy reform, demonstrating how African-led solutions can deliver measurable impact at scale. Welcome to Just Africa, Mr. Usoro.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manuel, for having me. I'm excited to be on this platform. And of course, to our viewers, good afternoon. Good to be on this platform.
Thank you very much. Now, just like you are excited to come to us, I am also excited to have you here because this conversation is very, very particular to me. But first off, let's even break into context. What personal experience made you or inspired you to launch the Help the Woman campaign?
Okay, thank you so much for having me on this platform. And once again, I'd like to welcome all our viewers. It's going to actually be very interesting. Yeah, so in 2017, I actually lost my mom to the issue of cervical cancer. And, you know, being so close to her, having seen her sacrifice a lot for myself, my siblings, and the family, you know, I had promised I was going to do a lot for her. So when I was called prior to 2017, that was 2016, and then I was with her in the hospital for about 4 months, and eventually in 2017, January 10th to be precise, we lost her. You know, I was really pained, and this is the reason. You know, when I eventually got to research and understand cervical cancer, what is actually preventable, what is actually treatable if diagnosed early, then why should we lose women to that? And the women in this question now was my beloved mom. So I was really, really, you know, I had made up my mind that I was going to tackle the issue. And from that time, we began reaching out to women and talking to them, getting them to know about it. Because I think when we started, we were talking about remote areas. But Emmanuel, I tell you, right there in Lagos, people do not hear about it. In Abuja, we did Abuja, like city center, we did a campaign that 2 years ago. And then out of 300 and something women that came, just barely 10 I heard about it. And just one screen. So you can imagine the low level of awareness. And my mom was not a village woman per se. Was in short working with the government of the state, and she was someone who was enlightened. But then this also escaped her. So that to me showed that there was a lot to be done in that regard. And beginning from that time, we started planning and putting things together, and we have been on this mission, reaching out to the unreachable, and also every woman we come across to ensure that they are not taken unawares. At least we bring the awareness to them, not just that, also give them the platform to get screened.
Mr. Isoro, let me ask you a very personal question, right? Before your mom died, did you know she had cervical cancer? Was there tests that showed she had cervical cancer?
Okay, so I was so close to her. So, I mean, my mom could tell me some personal things. So the first time she went for the screening, that should be about June 2016. Okay, she came to me and she called me and she was just crying and telling me that she will take me of everything she has lived for. So I asked her what the problem is. She had cervical cancer. Just encouraged her and told her nothing will happen to her. Then around August, I was called that she was rushed to the hospital. And just visiting her in that August, we ended up staying till December. I stayed with her all through. So I practically saw the pains, the ordeals, the torment. So I am not just talking about this from the place of research. At least firsthand, I saw my mom go through this, and it was so hurting. It's still hurting, and somehow it has been the fuel and the fire that is powering my passion, and we want to kill the monster, and that's why we're here.
I understand, because Mr. Osoro, I can confidently tell you that we share the same story, because my mom also, I lost her to cervical cancer a year in 2023. And why I asked you that second question was because all the tests that we did not show until after that 4 months when she died. Just a few months before she died, we now found out it was cervical cancer. We were treating something else. That was what the whole test results were showing. That's why I asked you that question. Did she know early? Because what did the hospitals now recommend after they found out that she had cervical cancer?
Okay, so, that's why in our work we try to put women through, because HPV is actually the virus that causes a cervical cancer, and it can stay in the body 20 years.
Yeah.
For some, it can stay for 10 years, it can stay for 15 years without symptoms. So we ask women, don't wait to feel pains, don't wait to experience, anything abnormal, right? We recommend screening. It's only when you go for cervical screening that the abnormal cells can be seen, and if it is seen early, it is, So when my mom saw it in June, by December she was gone, right? Because at that stage it's already advanced, and whatever medical they just try to manage. Generally in Africa, women are presented to health facilities at a very late stage, and at that stage, prognosis usually is not good. So we encourage go for screening, and the screening is not a one-off thing. There are protocols that have been put in place depending on the kind of screening you're doing, whether you should repeat it every 2 years till a certain age. That way you are protected and you are preserved. So it's possible that they checked previously and that they didn't see it. But another thing is, are you sure it was exactly the cervical screening that was done on her? Because some of the symptoms could portray some other sicknesses.
Some other things, yes.
The medical for all that. Yeah. So that could have been the issue.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Isoro. And once again, welcome to the show. But before you go further talking about experiences, I first of all want you to explain, just as you said, by the time you started, very few women have gotten the understanding of what cervical cancer is. So for the understanding of the general public, what is cervical cancer?
Okay, so now I'm going to try my best to break this down in the barest minimum. Okay, so already we know cancers. Cancers are the abnormal growth of cells in different organs. Like in this case, we are talking about the cervix of a woman. That's around the womb. A woman can't really see it, physically if you're looking at it, but then she will need to put her hand through a private part. She'll be able to touch that. That's also where the baby comes out during childbirth. So the cancer is the abnormal growth of cells around that region, and usually because of how that area is, it is not seen. Unlike, let's say, breast cancer, where the woman can feel pains, can feel lump, and all that. In the cervix, you are not going to feel. The woman is not going to feel that at all. Okay, so by the time symptoms start coming, that's already a sign that it is late. It is a sign that it is late. If you are feeling symptoms, at that point, it is already late.
Wow.
Right? So that's why we keep encouraging people for screening, because it's only screening that spots this thing right on, time, when it is early and when it could be salvaged. So when you go for screening, okay.
Yeah, you were talking about screening. Are you saying that a woman should just walk into the hospital and say, I want to screen for cervical cancer, or what should make a woman go for the screening?
Okay. Here in Help the Woman campaign, we are advocates. We advocate, for preventive health, not just a curative health. Okay. So yes, like every year, what we do is we set out timetable and we encourage people go for medical checkup. Now you're not going to for that because you're sick or you are feeling anything. No, just go and check yourself, see how you are, check your heart, check every other part. Okay, so talking about the screening now, it's the same thing. Now, if it's your first time, fine. When you meet your health professional, your doctor, or whoever is in charge of that, the person screens you. Depending on the health of your cervix, the person sees, pathology, or histology, all that, whatever they see, they will guide you. They can either tell you repeat the test, or if it was negative and you're good to go, they will give you a time you can come back. Maybe in the next 2 years, repeat this test. Okay, because HPV is actually what causes this. And what is HPV? It is a sexually transmitted infection, right? So, and it is responsible for 80-90% of cervical cancer. And at every point in time, the most of adults, whoever is indulging in sex, will contract HPV. Now, our immune system somehow fights this HPV, because the HPV now, we have the low risks and we have the high risks. So for the low risk human papilloma virus, our immune system is able to fight it off right after maybe a year or two. But for some persons, they can have what we call wax and some other things that use a while. But the high risk is what persists and progresses into what we call cervical cancer. Yeah. And that's your system can't fight. Only way for you to tackle that is to go for the screening, and when you are screened, treatment is administered, accordingly. Okay. So
hello? Yeah. Well, so Mr. Also, the truth is, many people can be scared and overwhelmed with information that they have, right? How early should a woman start screening for HPV?
Okay, so screening is also, preventive, but let's take it, to the basics, which I listen to how I talking about the myths, misconceptions here and there as a result of the vaccine. Okay, so the best way to actually tackle this is, to be vaccinated with the HPV vaccine. Yeah. Okay, like in Nigeria currently, that has rolled out for a certain age range, 9 to
from 9 years old,
14. And why? So why is that so? It is assumed that at that age they are not, exposed to sex, and then they've not contracted the human papilloma virus, because for the vaccine to be potent, there must be no virus in the person's body. So if you are taking the vaccine now and then the vaccine is meeting the virus in your body, the vaccine will not be potent and will not be effective. Okay? So in Nigeria, that has been ruled out, that age range. But of course, that is not to say that if you are above that age range, you can't get the vaccine. But the clause there is must not have gotten or contracted HPV. So if HPV is not in your system, then you can still get the vaccination. That's the basic. Then talking about screening, if you are exposed sexually, you are advised, to get screened. Prior to this time, cervical cancer they used to call it middle-age disease. But I can tell you this from experience. Last year, we saw a 26-year-old lady at stage 4. So we were all shocked because, 26 years. Wow. Stage 4, not even, yeah. So a lot of things, really change, and that's why we need to really pay attention to our health. We really need to, be up and doing. Don't wait until you break down before you get out there. Like imagine 26 years old, already stage 4. That's crazy. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so Mr. Oso, I heard this from a nurse, right? Even I doubted it. She says that it is the men that are the carriers of HPV, and they are the ones that are transmitting this thing to women. Please help us clarify that conception.
Okay, so the moment I say sexually transmitted, you should understand the connection. Yeah, yes. The men are actually during the distribution, carrying and all that. But because of the reproductive system of the man is different from that of the woman. That of the woman seems to reserve. It looks like an incubator, right? So the moment the virus goes in there, it has seen a very comfortable place, except the lady, the woman is able to do something on time. Whereas in the men's reproductive organ, it's rare. But of course, not to rule out that guys do not have. They do. We have what we call the perineal cancer, as a throat cancer. There are some things I wouldn't want to talk here on the video, but there are so many lifestyles we indulge in the name of trying to satisfy their partners that are actually, very risky and poses a lot of dangers, right? Because as a man, you can have it, your own may not be in your reproductive organ, but of course, there are few cases that have been recorded where men had perineal cancer, but it is mostly in women. Okay, let's say out of 1 to 10, the man can have one, but out of 1 to 10 in women, the women can have like 8. So that is why the focus is really on women. Yeah, so men have carriers and it is transmitted sexually.
Yeah, thank you very much. So apart from the vaccine, are there preventions that, especially the women now, are there preventions that they can take or preventive methods they should be involved in to help them not to contract this infection?
Sure, there are, of course. So I like to start by mentioning some of the risk factors. Take, for example, what happens if you have early contact to sex, you are at risk of cervical cancer. Okay, you are at risk of contracting HPV, which eventually will progress to cervical cancer. And if you have multiple children, like we have people who wants to they want to give birth to a whole football team, that woman is also at risk of having that. And then multiple sexual partners also is a risk factor. So we encourage people to ensure that they are faithful. If you can abstain, that's the base until you are ready to commit to a partner. And when we say be faithful, ensure your partner does same, because you can be faithful and your partner is not faithful. So your partner actually brings the package and deliver the package to you. So you ensure that both of you are on the same table of faithfulness and commitment, where you are not indulging in all those multiple sexual relationships. So this is talking about HPV, but then of course several other lifestyles that causes cervical cancer, like in this era of virtual jobs where we can be on phone 24 hours. We are not moving, we're not stretching our body and all that. That contributes as well, and people can have cancers, not just cervical cancer. And beyond that, we talk about smoking. This is also a risk factor. So as much as you can, do well, to abstain from all this. Watch your health. Go for screening, go for health checks, exercise, ensure that your blood is circulating, your heart is pumping, and all this will help you lead a healthy life. So yeah, these are some of the things beyond.
Yeah. All right, thank you very much. Now, when we talk about cervical cancer, most of the 99.9% of the time the attention is on women. How often do you, as someone who is out there advocating for women, ensuring that the knowledge is passed on to women, how often do you also ensure that men have this knowledge of cervical cancer so that they can also take care of themselves for the sake of their partners?
Okay. Thank you so much for that question. I think the first thing that I will already, should I say, clarify or answer that question is that I am a man. I'm a man. As you can see, I'm a man. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So, at the very forefront of tackling the issue of cervical cancer, and beyond that, we've put up several structures just to show that the males are part of it. Sometimes when we go for the free, while we give platforms for free cervical cancer screening, we encourage women to come with their partners. There are some places, some locations we actually visit to give them these services, and then you see the husbands of the wives come out and they are angry. No, we can't do that. My wife cannot, So we use different means. We go as far as even arranging welfare packages, having a town hall meeting, bringing the men, explaining a whole lot and getting them to become ambassadors of what we are preaching. So yeah, in our little corner, we are trying our best to incorporate everybody, incorporate people on campuses, incorporate the men. On my team, you can see have the males who are actively involved in what we are doing. And I think we are setting up different structures. We are launching what we call Campus Advocacy Lead, where we are raising leaders in campuses, and it's mixed. So we also bring, because most times, little exuberance must have been the foundation of HPV contraction. So we are on a campaign called Catch Them Young. So we catch them young, train them, get them to understand what we're doing, and also become ambassadors, reaching out to other people. And then that's how we're to also get the males to be part of what we're doing.
All right, great. So I have two questions in one. So you take your time to answer them. The first one is, say that a child or a young girl has been vaccinated between the age of 9 and 14. No case of HPV, she's clean. And then she grows up into adulthood, and then the virus comes in. Does that mean she will not be infected? That's on the one hand. And then you were mentioning something when you were explaining earlier. You said when a woman wants to give birth to multiple children, she exposes herself to HPV. Does that mean that even when you are true to one sexual partner, you are still at the verge of getting HPV?
Yeah, but in medicine, you can't really always say 100%, okay, that this is that. But it's been proven. Why? Because that particular canal, somehow, it's very fragile. And imagine every time you're pushing, it wastes out and could cause, you know, issues in that area, which eventually can give birth to the infections we're talking about. So, and apart from that, previously during our four parents era, you see, the lifestyle was very different. I mean, from the food they were eating, the food we're eating helped their,
immune system.
Help their immune, right?
Yeah.
So their lifestyle, they were trekking long distances. They were doing a whole lot that boosted their immune system. So somehow their immune system was able to combat some of this issue. But you can't say that in our era, where even climate has changed. Okay, a whole lot, fast food, fast this, fast that, breaking down our immune system, and any small thing, it can spark up the issue of cervical cancer or any other thing. So it's I think medically now, like I was in one international conference by World Health Organization, and that should be last year, and they've even encouraged that even when you were vaccinated, it's not out of place to also try and check out for go for screening. It's not out of place. It's better to be sure than to be caught unawares. So even when vaccinated, just so you know your status and you are good to go, it's not out of place to go for screening. So yeah, to answer that, it's not really out of place. But of course, like we had established, if HPV was not in your body and you were vaccinated, then the possibility is very slim. We can't really say 100%, but very slim for the person to contract it in the future. And I think that's a very good first step in prevention, and that's why we're encouraging everyone to embrace this.
Okay, so I'll take you back a little. You talked about holding town hall meetings and talking to people, husbands and wives and all that, bringing them together and educating them. And at the beginning of the show, you said many people, not even in Abuja and Lagos, have known about cervical cancer. If people in the urban area haven't known much, or they've not come in terms with cervical cancer, what do we have to say about people in rural areas? How do we send this message? How often do people take these messages to them and to keep them aware, to make them aware of the danger of cervical cancer?
Okay, so thank you so much for that question. Here at Help the Woman campaign, we do not just come out, because we want to do something. We listen, we monitor, and then we come back to the table to readjust and see how we can give it the best approach, which is why we are launching different things to ensure we are bridging those gaps. So for women in those locations, we have gone there, we've seen, and we are still doing that. Part of what we do, like I said, is to bring them on the table. Sometimes in the bid to share this information with them, we go beyond the scope of cervical cancer. We go as far as, empowering them, encouraging them in their traits, taking care of their children, doing a lot that at least will open them up to receive the message that we're bringing to them. And beyond that, there are already established structures like the Primary Healthcare Development Agency, which, like in my state, we have over 400 and something plus centers. We liaise and partner with structures. We encourage them, to be operational, because there are some places you go to and you do not see anybody. Okay, this also is a challenge, because if the primary health care is functional and effective, somehow it reduces the burden. Also will help in the awareness creation. Most times, sometimes you go and visit areas and that also limits awareness. But for us, we use all the channels. We go online. We go to radio. There's another thing about the locals is that they listen too much to radio. So we maximize those platforms. And we do not speak English language when we go on air. Okay, so we communicate in the dialect that they can relate to. And sometimes we do two patients pour in from different centers because you can see the interest. Why? We were able to speak to them in a language that they understand. We're open and then we reach out to them with love and we're able to get them to understand this. We are still on it. It's actually a massive work.
Yes.
We're still pushing, so we're reaching out to more.
Yeah, thank you very much. You'll be able to push through. So let's address some of the myths behind the vaccines. We've heard people say it could prevent a girl child now when she grows up, prevent her from being able to conceive. Some believe that our foreparents didn't take vaccines and they were able to live their lives to 100 and above. So many myths. Can you help clear those stories, those myths that are trendy, that are going around? Some religious leaders preach against it. They tell their church members, don't take it, because those in the Western world want to use it to reduce the African population. What do you have? How will you be able to clear these kind of information that are flying around?
Okay, yeah, that has really been going on, not just for cervical cancer or HPV vaccine. I mean, even the phones we are using. There was when phones came out. I remember people were still talking against it. So people will always talk. That one is basic. But then, what I like to encourage the viewers out there is the federal government will never roll out something that will harm the populace. I mean, why would the federal government want to do that? Okay, so it has gone through so many clinical testing, and it is proven to be safe before it is given out. So people should understand that. Now, there is no medication or anything that we take that does not have side effects, right? So that is basic. So, but for HPV, that's why before you even take it, before it's being administered to the child or whoever gets it, they're able to take you through and explain some of those things, the likely things you may feel, some of those side effects, which is not really a serious thing. People saying that it's going to stop you from having children. Maybe I'll have to bring people who actually got vaccinated and they've given birth to children. It does not stop that. The advanced countries were using this, before now. And that's why we are not having the prevalence and the high rates of cervical cancer in their areas. So this is what we're also bringing now to stop this in our, continent, in our country. And it is not harmful. It is not harmful. That somebody has any side effect doesn't mean harmful. It's just like, people take palm wine and they get intoxicated, right? And after a while, they are fine. For some, it's if you're able to know the rationing, because why people actually abuse things is they do not understand the rationing. But sometimes those things they're actually taking helps. But if you exceed a certain limit, it becomes harmful. So it's the same thing for medications and all that. It is not harmful. It cannot stop you from, having a child. It will not make you barren. So I encourage everyone. We've seen people who have it and have given birth to children. So it does not.
Mr. Osoro, I know our aim is to find ways to eliminate cervical cancer from the African continent. And we're in the age of technology. Are there any of these technology, no matter how small or how large, that you are familiar with that can help us to champion this cause? Because look, the truth is, apart from getting the information to the grassroots or to the young people to start early, are there other technologies that we can use to help us champion this our cause?
Okay, so in our work, what we've discovered is most women come for screening because this is a long chain from awareness to treatment, prevention, and all that is a long chain. There are women that will pass through our welfare package, pass through the educational package, come as far as coming to get screened, but do not come back for their results. That's a challenge. Okay, so for us, what do we do? So get screened for results. It does make sense because you are as good as you did not hear anything. If you don't go back, get your results, know your status. If there was any issue, it is sort of it was good as you didn't even start a journey in the first place. So for us, there's what we are called medic rich. Okay, so we want to actually make this handy. Just like everybody is on TikTok now doing video, doing all that. We're also coming up with a structure in the tech space, so people enjoy. I mean, while you're playing with your videos, you are also taking some healthy precautionary measures that will help you lead a healthy life. There's what we call do to earn. We're also integrating that in our platform so that, as you do your earning, and at the end of the day, we're able to actualize a vision of eliminating cervical cancer. So, yeah, these are some of the things we are building. I know of some other, equipment that are being used, but of course, it's still the same thing because you need to hear about it, you need to learn, you need to go screen, and then you're able to get those options. But somehow it's advanced. So, I mean, we are building something that will take to every woman, and they're able to access it, not just access it, it is affordable, they can easily hop on it and then get the health care that they deserve. So that's what we are working on.
All right, thank you very much. So as we're rounding off, I want you to give your final word to our viewers and the women, men, boys, girls, everyone watching right now. Your final word on cervical cancer.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to encourage every woman. Nobody should stigmatize any person that, okay, it's because of, certain lifestyle, this can happen. Like in my own case, we are 7 in our family. I'm actually the fourth child. And my mom had some complications, especially during the last childbirth. And eventually, there was an oversight which event to demise. So nobody should anywhere stigmatize anyone. Instead, let's encourage the women. If you are somewhat connected to a woman, this message is for you. Every woman deserves the best. And what breaks my heart the most is why should a woman die from what we can actually treat? So that's what we call everyone. Please take this message to your mom, take this message to your aunt, to your sister, to your wife, and ensure that, remind them, have you gotten your screening? Do you know your cervical status? That way it helps them, to not be taken unawares. A woman can be healthy, very happy. I mean, last year, a matron of a hospital met me, and while talking, she said she's feeling started mentioning. I just encouraged her to get screened. She got screened to cervical cancer. After 3 months, she died. I mean, so it can happen to anybody. Imagine a matron of a general hospital. This is happening to her. So what do we talk about the woman inside the village who probably has not even got into any healthcare facility? So this is a message for all, and we encourage everyone. It should be a topic we discuss in our family. And for women, please, your menstrual hygiene is also very important. Ensure that you do not go for what is cheap. Most times we go for cheap price and then we go for high cost, because what you feel is high price could lower your cost eventually. But then because of trying to go for a cheaper product, you end up, getting things that will harm and hurt you in the future. Ensure that you're using products that are actually good. If you're feeling itching, it's a sign. If you are feeling, discomfort, it's a sign that there's something going on there, and you don't have to ignore that. So I encourage everyone, let's take the message and please do well to support our cause here at Help the Woman campaign. We are looking forward to eliminating this. We are passionate about it, and we need every hand to be on deck. We are doing a whole lot. We are inviting everyone to be part of what we are doing. So,
Thank you so much, Mr. Osero. Thank you so much for being a part of today's conversation. And of course, we hope to get back to you, so that this advocacy conversation needs to continue, because a lot more women need to know the dangers that are out there, especially when they even try to still be noble and pure. Right. So thank you so much for being a part of this conversation, Mr. Osero.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manuel. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, maybe I should ask you a direct question. How often would you not start screening? Because that conversation is now to every woman.
You took me off guard there.
Yeah, I didn't do that.
But from everything he has said, cervical cancer is deadlier than HIV.
Don't you get? I had to tell my sister, please go and screen get your vaccine for the daughter.
Now the thing is, when people are involved in sexual intercourse with multiple partners, what people often think about is either pregnancy or
STIs, sexually transmitted infections. Yes.
Nobody think about HPV. So
you see an STI, but nobody cares so much about it.
Nobody pays attention to it. Nobody feels, people feel that STI is something, I just take an antibiotic and I have treated it and I'm done. But with the explanation he just gave, you see, cervical cancer is not something one should joke with. It's not something you should play with.
Did you hear the part?
A very big, I am pleading with the men here. Please, yes, I am pleading with all the men. Be faithful to your wives. You cannot have a faithful partner. No. And you are having multiple
side but what he said is even when you are but what he said is even if you stay with one person, you can still get it.
Yeah, and when you want to,
no.
And all that. But it is very important.
So because the way we are designed as men, it will stay. So even we don't even know our careers.
Yeah, you understand. They don't know, but a woman's body is not wired that way.
We will not finish this conversation.
So I beg Amolo and every man like the likes of Joe, and the rest.
Oh God. Today's conversation reminds us that no woman should die from a disease that is preventable. Uso's work shows that when technology is paired with community trust and policy advocacy, health systems can be transformed. Cervical cancer prevention is not a future possibility. It is an achievable outcome when leadership, innovation, and equity align. For policymakers, health practitioners, investors, and citizens that are watching, the message is very clear. Women's health is not a side issue. Yes. It is a fundamental, it's a foundational to Africa's development. Join us as we go on a break, of course. When we return, we'll be having another powerful conversation that would shape Africa's future. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Cashcraft, where we uncover the gold in every enterprise. Today, we explore a buzzing opportunity that is sweet, sustainable, and seriously profitable: beekeeping and honey production. Niger's honey demand is rising, but supply still falls short, creating a lucrative gap in the market. Beekeeping is a low-capital agribusiness with high returns, especially when done organically. From honey to beeswax, propolis to royal jelly, every part of the hive has commercial value. Imagine this: low startup, high yield. A beginner-friendly venture with starter kits costing 50,000 naira to 150,000 naira and profit margins above 60% after the first harvest. That is very possible. Also, are you thinking climate advantage? Niger's tropical vegetation and long flowering seasons make it ideal for beekeeping almost year-round. So you know that's a good business to venture into. Now let's look at health and organic market boom. Natural unadulterated honey is in high demand This demand kept increasing on a daily basis, not just locally, but across West Africa and international markets. And it is used for different purposes, from health to skincare, culinary, and more. You may need further research, professional advice to understand exactly what I am talking about. Now, value chain potential. Processing and packaging honey, producing beeswax candles, selling hives, or even offering training is the way to go. Do not miss out. Just so you know, this is a climate-smart, gender-inclusive business that doesn't require owning a land or intensive labor. Here is how to take advantage. Start small with training and support. Enroll in the basic beekeeping course. Many NGOs, agricultural institutions, and cooperatives offer short-term hands-on training. Join a cooperative to access shared equipment, farmland, and easier entry into the market. Invest in starter kits. Begin with 1 or 2 hives. Starter kits typically include protective gears, a smoker, hive tools, and a bee colony. All you need to get started. Explore the full value chain. Process and bottle raw honey for local or boutique markets. Create value-added products such as beeswax candles, lip balm, soap, and natural polish. Build and sell beehives or rent them to farms for pollination services. Offer training and mentorship as your experience grows. Target empowerment opportunities. That's very key. Many donor-funded projects now support climate-smart, land-light ventures like beekeeping, making it ideal for women and youth with limited capital but strong entrepreneurial drive. From the wild to the wallet, beekeeping is more than a craft. It's a golden opportunity. With the right training and tools, you can turn nature's sweetest gift into your next source of steady income. And you know what? You don't need to think twice. If you want to go into it, take that decision now and get started. I am Grace Komalafe, and this is Cashcraft. I'll see you again some other time. Bye. Hello and welcome to another episode on Cashcraft, the show that helps you see business where others see problems. Today, we're talking about plastic waste recycling, a hustle that's turning pollution into profit. Without taking much of your time today, let's dive straight into it. We start with the steps. Step 1, start with collection. Plastic is everywhere. Sachets, bottles, packaging. But for business, PET bottles are gold. Start by partnering with waste pickers, shops, schools, or run your own buyback point. Now you're going to offer incentives. It could be 100 naira per kilogram, depending on location and type. You need to do research on that actually. So once collected, bottles must be sorted by color and type. So you know, clean, clear bottles fetch more money. So pay attention. Let's go to step 2. Clean, crush, cash, nests. What am I talking about? Wash them, remove caps and labels, then crush or shred them into flakes using a plastic crusher. These flakes are what buyers, local or export, actually want. Now, clean, well-sorted flakes commands better prices. Think 200 to 350 naira per kilogram depending on quality. So with a semi-automatic line, you can process up to 1 ton daily. That's real volume and real money. Let's go to step 3. You need to know your market, your buyers, including local manufacturers or plastics textile companies. And even exporters, that's very important. You never can tell. Some flakes are shipped to India, China, Vietnam, or reused here in Nigeria to make buckets, chairs, or even new bottles. So let me give you a pro tip. You need to form relationships with aggregators or industrial buyers. And if you can process into pellets or fiber, your margins jump like boom. So step 4, add value, add impact. Don't just collect, create. Now some entrepreneurs now turn waste into tiles, paving bricks, and designer bags. I tell you, a lot is happening with recycling bottles. So you reduce plastic pollution and you add jobs while doing it. Step 5, learn the rules. This business is tied to regulations. So register with local waste authorities, and if you plan to export, get listed with NAFDAC or the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, NEPC. Now complying means credibility and access to big opportunities. Recycler, na bottle we dey see everywhere, gutter, road, market, but with correct machine, you fit make better money. The work dey stressful, but if you no lazy, e go pay. Of course, there are challenges: dirty waste, poor sorting, market fluctuation. Sometimes power supply slows down operations, but where others see nuisance, you should see niche. It's a dirty business with clean money. So here is your takeaways. Plastic recycling isn't just about helping the environment. It's a smart hustle. It's scalable, impactful, and already reshaping communities. From bottle to bank account, plastic is profit if you know the game. And I am Grace Komalafe. I'm here reminding you that waste is only waste when you waste it. Until next time, keep crafting your cash.
Welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Do not forget to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Just Africa Show. African music and film are enjoying unprecedented global visibility. I mean, we're just at the Grammy, isn't it? All right, from sold-out arenas to international charts and global streaming platforms, African creativity is clearly resonating with the world. Yet, behind the success stories lies a more complex reality that many creatives still struggle with sustainability, ownership, strategic positioning, and long-term career growth. Visibility has increased, sure, but structure has not always followed. This segment of Just Africa focuses on the business, leadership, and strategy behind all our creative works that go on Africa. And of course, we've got a very, how do I put it? We'll go on a break, and of course, we'll be right back.
We've got just what you need right here at Venue Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your code. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
They use fake alert, the warriors.
Okay, so Mona, listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that bar road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what, development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Majek Fashek's 1991 album, Spirit of Love, was a groundbreaking success in Nigeria. earning critical acclaim and resonating deeply with audiences. Produced by Little Steven Van Zandt, the album masterfully blended African spiritualism, percussive rhythms, and protest songs infused with Black consciousness. Feshek's distinctive sound, marked by rhythmic pauses, assertive choruses, and the inclusion of talking drums, added to the album's energetic and impactful delivery. And spiritual struggle, reflecting the political and social climate of the time. The success of Spirit of Love, coupled with Feshek's tour along